Take me to a different
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. We are live again for the Calendly clone. Today's going to be an absolute banger. We've got so much stuff coming in today's video. We've got 3 entire amazing bits of tech all coming together in one place to give you a full SaaS build. And we're going to do all of the latest and greatest with the AI stuff. Don't worry, I've got you covered. I'm going to teach you the good and the bad principles that you should be doing. So just tune along. If you're enjoying the content and you like what you're seeing on the channel, drop a comment and don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, guys, we're going to jump into the build in just a moment. If you're watching the replay, let me know where you're tuning in from. I'm always curious what everyone's saying, especially in the way coding's moving nowadays. So without further ado, guys, welcome to the Calviro Scheduling SaaS app. Let's dive into it. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Boom. Here we have it, guys. The Scheduling SaaS app. Okay, so I've actually had crazy demand for this, right? So you guys have talked about this loads. You guys have been wanting me to do it for a while. Calendly, right? Effectively a Calendly-like clone. So we have scheduling meetings from end to end without that whole back and forth. So, you know, where you can time block, connect your calendars. And we've done something which we actually haven't done before on the channel. We're doing things like Gmail integration, Google Meet, all of that good stuff, you know. So there you go. I can see Zimbabwe, Iceland, Nigeria. You know what, guys? Also, today we're trialing something a little bit different where there's going to be a little bit more delay between the messages, but you'll get a few benefits as a result. So we're trialing out something on the stream. So let me know how it goes. But let's jump straight into a clone, right? So let's see for ourselves. We're gonna have Google Calendar integration, all of these awesome features, but screw me talking about it. Let's dive into a demo. So firstly, Clerk powering up the login. Oh, nice. We've got Japan in the house. What's up, Kenya? I see you. So let's go ahead and log into my personal account. We've got Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt. Yo, we've got UK, Iceland. What's up, guys? Let's go ahead and head into the dashboard. And you guys can see now, this is not just the front end. We've done a full admin panel. The whole thing is pretty crazy, right? So how does it work? Well, these are a couple of my calendar appointments, right? So in this case, we've actually connected the calendar. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a full demo of how this works. If we go into settings right now, I've got this right here where we can connect using OAuth connections. In this case, we've got SaaS model as well. So let's go ahead and disconnect and start from absolute scratch. Okay, so I'm going to disconnect my calendar. Let's go over to availability and let's set my availability, right? So firstly, you can see I've disconnected that calendar. I think I need to do a little bit of a hard refresh on this page, and then we should be able to see a full update. Okay, this is actually added it in from before. That's okay, that's fine, right? So in this case, we can see I've got my calendar bookings from my calendar. Let's go ahead, drag and drop a couple of things, and let's just say I want these time slots available. I've even gone to the extent that if you go ahead and, like, let's say, I don't know, drag this one down, it's going to combine the slots. So little bits of logic like you may not think about actually add up in this kind of build. So I'm going to go ahead and teach you the whole flow from beginning to end. Okay, so let's go. Oh wow, the viewership's crazy. We got everyone watching from different places. What's up, guys? So now let's go ahead and say we do this. We're going to go ahead and save. Let me drop the music down so we can focus. We're going to go ahead and save. And now you can see I've saved my calendar booking slots, okay? And this is, yeah, there you go, updated nicely. I don't know what the delay was. Streaming gods are against me, but now you can see I've got my slots in the calendar, okay? So if I go to the settings right now, or actually, before I even do that, I gated it, right? So what we should see is when we go to share a link now, if I click on share your booking link, this is the typical flow in Calendly, right? You send someone a link and then they go ahead and can access and book on your calendar. So in this case, we need to connect to calendar first. So we're gonna go ahead and go to settings, and then we're going to go ahead and connect a Google account. Now, I've gated it in 3 different tiers. I'll show you which tiers we've done. But let's go ahead and connect, let's say, one of my personal calendars. So in this case, we've cleaned up a few of the calendar events because obviously I don't want to show all of my calendar stuff. But you'll see some of the things I get up to in a week. So let's go ahead and click on continue. And as you can see, we actually request scope access from Google. So you're going to learn about how to interact with the Google Calendar API, all this kind of stuff as well. So there you go. We connected one account. You can connect more as well, depending on which plan you're in. And you can go ahead and also manage your subscription. Like I said, we've got different gatings. We've got free, does 1 calendar. Starter is 3 calendars and pro is unlimited. And then we also have monthly booking. So depending on which plan you are, we push you up based on how many people are booking via your link. And then Clerk Billing is handling the entire payment flow. So all of this awesome stuff is literally out of the box. It works for us. I'm going to show you how to build it all today. So let's go to our availability now. And then what we should see in our availability is this is exactly it. So in this case, we've got all of the different events we are on today. And I want to go ahead and share this link to say, for example, Jay. Okay, so in this case, Jay wants to book on my calendar, instead of me going ahead and, figuring out a time and the time zone differences, I can go ahead and select a meeting type. And I've also gone ahead and added the ability to create one. So let's say I want to do a consultation, which is also 30 minutes. Oops, consultation. This is also 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and create the meeting type. You can change the duration as well. Now you can see I've got consultation 30 minutes. I can go ahead and copy the link, and then let's hop over to that link right now. And what we can see, again, all mobile responsive, is a beautiful UI. And look at this. This is the Calendly style UI. And we can see all of those different slots. Now, I want you to pay attention to, you see where it says, this is a very good question here. So someone said, does meetings overlap? So I saw you guys, very smart question. So let's look at 14th of on the Wednesday, right? You got 7 till 9, and then 7:30, I have Muay Thai. So in this case, let's go to 14th, and then we can see, even though I put my availability block here, it accounts for my calendar events. So let's go forward over to that day. And you can see, even if because obviously we don't want to go around it and all of that stuff. You just want to drag and go, and then you're good to go, right? So in this case, it's blocked off that time block. So it actually makes sure that no one's going to book an event during that time, okay? So let's go ahead and choose that right now. Click on continue. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, this is just say J, Papa Fam. And then I'm going to go ahead and use a team account, for example. So papareact.team. And then let's go ahead and say, hello, YouTube, okay? Go ahead and confirm the booking. And now what we should see in a moment, thanks to Sanity, real-time connection, right? So they got the real content lake here, live content lake. It will, in real time, do a re-render and pop in just like that. And as you can see, that is now a booked slot. So if we were to go back to that calendar view and we went to the 14th, boom, the slot is now gone, okay? So that's the first thing. There's so much logic here, you don't understand. It's actually quite a big build. And now you can see that we've got a waiting response, join Google Meet. That is a real Google Meet link, guys. And it automatically gets generated. We're interacting with the Google Calendar API here, okay? So now, with that in mind, I'm gonna ask Jay if you could go onto the calendar. He's got access to our calendars and Gmail. And if you could go ahead and accept that request, Jay, and let me know when you do it, okay? So Jay's gonna go ahead and accept the request, and then we're gonna come back in a moment, and it should say accepted here. And then we can also have canceled. Now, if it is canceled, what will happen is it will check on Google Calendar as a source of truth, and then it will delete it, which means that we never have meetings that we're trying to attend that someone could have canceled on, right? Whether it be us or them. If somebody canceled, we should not be seeing that meeting, okay? Now, how is all of this being stored? Like, where is this being handled? Let's go to the backend. So in this case, we've got Sanity powering up with Sanity CMS platform, right? So in this case, we've got the whole studio backend. This is incredibly easy to set up. I'm going to show you guys how to do all of this. We have all of the bookings as well in the backend. So in this case, we can go ahead and see that we've got Jay with Sunny. So this is the exact booking that we just did right now. And then Jay just told me that he went ahead and did it. But here we can see we've got the host, the meeting type, the guest name, the email, start time, all of this kind of stuff like Google event ID, notes, and so forth, right? I deleted a field before. So in this case, now let's just see if I hit the refresh, we should see that this turns green in a moment. If we did it correct, I believe it would have been changed. Let's see for ourselves. Let's go ahead and do it. Jay, I think it needs to be the papareact.team account. But go ahead and do it. Yeah, and that's going to basically go green, right? And tick box off. Okay. So yeah, once we do that, that'll be green. And then also I'll show you if we go to cancel it ourselves, right? So there's a bit of a delay. I think it's because of the live stream, me talking thing. I forgot about that. But if I click on cancel now, this will go ahead and cancel the actual Google event. So as you can see, there's a little delay and then it refreshes. That is now gone from the calendar and everybody gets an email from Google's API saying that the event has been canceled. All of it done behind the scenes for us without you having to maintain anything. So that's pretty damn awesome, okay? Now you're probably wondering, okay, well, if I want to quickly manipulate and clear all the week, you can do that. Now, if I set up one day perfectly, so let's say I wake up at 5, I work until 9, and then let's just say I don't want to work after that. I kind of want to work until just the evening hours. And that day is like an ideal day. I can now copy Tuesday. So let's go ahead and do Tuesday. Oh, that's a bit of a bug. So if I go down to Tuesday, let me go ahead and change that. Just go down to Tuesday. And then I click on include weekends. Let's say I don't want to work on weekends. I copy to the week. Boom. We can click on them to delete them as well. Let's say on Friday morning, I'm busy. I can go ahead and click on save. And just like that, it's updated my entire backend. Okay. So it's pretty damn awesome what we built here. And you guys are going to learn how to do this exact thing for yourself. Okay. And I just want to show you as well, if we went a step further. So not only have I shown you how to do Sanity CMS backends in the past, But I took it a step further. So Sanity has a pretty awesome thing called the Sanity App SDK. And in this case, we're going to create a custom admin panel because sometimes you need things like admin insights, things like that. So in this case, we can see bookings this week, total number of users, total bookings, the most booked day, and also things like feedback, right? So we've got meeting types, we've got all of this stuff here as well, and also the number of Google Calendars links. So this is like dummy metrics, which are actually pulling, by the way, from the backend side of things. And this is all multiplayer. So if I was to interact with this from two different users, let's go ahead and say, for example, two admin users are coming into the backend and saying, like manipulating with this will actually be multiplayer. So if I click on this person's account over here will go ahead and get updated as well. So you can go ahead and have both admins or, whoever your team members are going ahead and interacting with it. You're probably wondering, what is this feedback part, right? So what we did here is I used it as a nice little demo, and I'll show you exactly how that works. So if we go over to the top, I made a feedback section, right? And all you need to do, and you can see for yourself, Sanity's real-time capabilities. If we went ahead and said, this build needs some dark mode features, right? Which I'm fully aware we didn't do, don't hate on me, right? Let's click on submit. And now you can see that exact user will go ahead and submit it. And then we get some feedback and that will come into the back end. Now the admin can go ahead and do their thing with feedback. So nice little simple example with animations, a few things like that. My main thing that I want to showcase today is effectively going ahead and building most complicated parts of the app. So the calendar itself, like this whole flow is quite a lot of work, and I want to focus a lot of attention on this, okay? So get ready. It's pretty damn awesome what we built today, and we're going to dive straight in. So let's go ahead and give a big thank you to our sponsors as well, because it is how I'm able to build this stuff for free for you guys on the channel. Firstly, the authentication element of it, the whole billing side. If we go to manage account, you can see all of my billing is handled for us. We don't need to mess around with Stripe. We don't need to mess around with any of that. And that is thanks to the guys over at Clerk. So Clerk are incredible. If you don't know who Clerk are, I don't know where you've been for the last God knows how long. Clerk are absolutely killing it in the authentication space. You basically can plug and play and it works just seamlessly. Now, I know some of you guys like the vibe coding side of things. If you do want to do that, they have some LLM prompts which literally get things set up out of the box for you. But you can see they support all types of awesome authentication, right? So everything that we could possibly want. And more importantly, they have multi-tenancy and the more bigger things that you might be looking for. So something which I really appreciate that they launched recently is subscription billing. And that is exactly what we're going to be learning today. That is an incredibly powerful tool that we're going to be going ahead and pushing, okay? So in this case, you can have a full checkout flow. You don't have to manage Stripe webhooks. You don't even have to have a Stripe set up in the beginning to go ahead and get the Stripe development account and all that going. So you don't have to have Stripe available where you are to have your product, like your demo running, I guess. Okay, so we've got Clerk billing going, and then we also have Sanity in the mix as well. So you guys, I've worked with Sanity a ton before. Make sure when you're doing this, by the way, you go through the links in the description. Of course, there are affiliate links. It helps us do this stuff for free. Please go ahead and support the channel by just going through the link in the description or visiting sanity.io/sunny, and then you can see this landing page right here. And also, we just doubled your free trial, right? So most of the features that we're doing, or all of the features we're doing today are free. But if you do want to go on the pro plan, you can try it out for double the time, okay? So you're welcome. Why is my music stop? Oh, there we go. All right. So Sanity itself is an incredible platform, guys. These guys are basically your content operating system. I've used them in a bunch of different ways. We've actually used them in our own production apps out here in Dubai. They're incredible. They're really powerful. I'm going to run through a few things today. How we can set up Sanity Studio, right? So in that case, you can go ahead and update things on the back end. This can be great for a number of different reasons. I'm also going to show you how, because they have that real-time connection with the Live Lake, they like to call, right? So in that case, we can actually go ahead and use it as a database source as well, which is what we're doing here. And then on top of that, we went even further and I introduced you guys to Sanity App SDK. So that's where we tie things in with the React backend. And then we've got some pretty cool stuff happening where you can go ahead and have that multiplayer element and all that cool stuff. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this in today's build. And finally, to make sure, of course, while we're running at speed, which we've been doing lately in these builds, how does Sunny ensure that his code remains high quality? That's thanks to CodeRabbit. These guys are awesome. We use them with our team in-house. It's absolutely so powerful in what they do. And the reason why I love it is most code review tools that I have tried simply don't have enough context of the code base, or they just get it wrong. They just don't review things the way that I typically would do it with the team. this has caught out some pretty damn useful bugs for us, right? So we're going to focus on the PR element of it today. So how you can submit a pull request. It will then run a pull request check, and it will basically do a ton of checks, including sequence diagrams, adding descriptions, as well as identifying bugs, committable suggestions, and a bunch of stuff on top of that. So it's absolutely awesome. We use it ourselves. And yes, I paid for CodeRabbit well before they reached out and sponsored. So I vouch for these guys. They're absolutely awesome. So I want you guys to use this, especially the more we go into vibe coding territory. I really, really want you guys to go and make sure you keep your tech stack pretty clean, okay? So at this point, let's jump into the tech stack for the build, right? So obviously we've got loads of stuff going on. We've got this entire flow, which is kind of wild. We've got the whole studio flow with Sanity. And then of course, we'll go through different schema types. And we have the whole admin dashboard with the app SDK. That's a lot of tech, guys, right? So in this case, let's break it down to see what we're gonna do first. So I like to use this little easel feature. Let's go ahead and do tech stack right here. Let me go and get rid of that. Okay. And then where is my, what's it called? Jay, what's my brush called? Screen brush, yeah. Oh my God, I went blank. There we go. All right, so in this case, we're gonna go ahead and we've got, of course, the great Next.js 16. Regardless of what's happened with security stuff in the recent months, they're still incredible. They patched it all up. So make sure, by the way, if you have, also Happy New Year, guys. I saw you a lot of the, I forgot. Oh yeah, it's the first stream since New Year. Happy New Year to that. Thank you so much. But you guys can see like Next.js, awesome still. Don't worry about the security vulnerabilities. If you do have any Next.js out there that is deployed, please go and upgrade the dependencies or like, your Next.js version 2, the latest stable. You'll fix the security vulnerability, okay? It's a very, very important thing. Just everyone go and do that, right? We have React 19. So there's a lot of benefits with this. We have the React compiler. We also have things like, then we don't need to use things like use memo anymore and all that good stuff. Oh my God, what is going on with that? Okay, so we've got, my brain is not braining today. Right, and then we have Tailwind CSS for the responsive styling. I hope you guys love that. And regardless of what's going on at Tailwind right now, they are still the absolute goats. Go and support them. Go buy Tailwind Plus. Support them out. The guys over there are awesome for what they've built and they deserve to be rewarded, okay? So Tailwind CSS, we've got Clerk for the authentication and the billing. Then we have Sanity for the CMS element. So we've got the CMS, effectively the entire backend, and we have all of the admin stuff on Sanity as well with the app SDK, right? So we're going to go ahead and build out an entire app SDK flow. And one thing I didn't show you is that in the backend, when we were in Sanity, if you're not logged in already, then it's going to go ahead and prompt you to log in with your Sanity authentication. So that admin panel is gated from your Sanity authentication, which so we've got literally 2 different authentication means, one for the admins, one for the users, and we have SaaS flow and the whole thing. It's wild, guys, what we've got inside this build. Let me just check what else we've got in the tech stack for today. I always miss something pretty important. We're going to be using Baum. If you don't know what Baum is, pretty cool. I'm going to show you today. Shadcn for our component library. We are, of course, using TypeScript. If you see any tutorials not teaching TypeScript, scream at them, especially if you're vibe coding. Wild, right? And the biggest thing that we want to do today as well is Google Calendar and Meet integration. So this is actually pretty new on the channel. I haven't actually done an integration before. So I have done it, but not these two together on the channel. So that would be pretty fun to show you guys how you can go ahead and do that. And again, most of the builds that we have on this channel, guys, every single build has got a new little gem and it's up to you. You know, I'll clearly explain what the gem is, but that's the benefit of doing the live build is so that those who are ready to kind of, get into the depths of things, you'll understand the little gems in each one, combine it together, see how you can build apps end to end and go and launch a product, right? Bumped into someone yesterday who actually launched a product and made $1 million in 48 hours and he learned to code from the channel. Wild. It was such a cool experience, right? So finally, of course, on the back of Clerk Billing, I just want to mention there is Stripe handling the payment side, but you don't need to worry about having a Stripe account just yet. Okay, but with that said, I think we are pretty solid, right? And then the final one, of course, is CodeRabbit, like I mentioned, for when we're gonna have basically in this demo, we're gonna have PR checkpoints where I'm gonna send a pull request and show you how I would work typically in a flow with my team and basically ensure that the code quality is up to standards, okay? So we're gonna try and do a bit more high level coding now because obviously with vibe coding in the mix, people aren't coding line by line as such. So because of that, I've come up with a bit of a new format on the channel. So what I'm going to do is I've given you the code base for entirely free. The whole link is in the description. All you need to do is go to the link in the description or check your email. We've sent it out as well. And you can go ahead and just simply pop in your name and email and you'll get immediate access to the GitHub repo. So here you'll get access to the entire code base. So what I want you to do is head over here, go ahead and git clone this repo. And then you can basically follow along. And the reason why this is awesome, firstly, the links as well also support us. And if you don't use the link, at least use the coupon code Sunny. It will help us out a ton in keeping this on the channel, okay? And here's some useful links for you to go ahead and set up things like Google Cloud and Vercel as we move on, right? And also, we will have a CodeRabbit link here as well, right? But that is actually in the description of the video right now, right? We are using Cursor today, in case anyone's wondering. I see Lost in Lyrics Music said, which AI tool you be using? But I'm not going to be vibe coding on stream because it's unpredictable. But I'll show you some very good ways of working with it. So that way you don't have to avoid it, of course, right? And if you do find that all of this is overwhelming and you're kind of like flailing about, don't know where to start, then head over to our course and community at papareact.com/course, and you'll head over to our flagship 0 to Full Stack Hero 2.0. We have some pretty incredible stuff happening in 2026. So go ahead and check it out. Why is my entire image gone at the top? I don't know. But yeah, go ahead and check it out for yourself. We're going to be dropping something pretty awesome, right? I love this comment by Yasira. He goes, man, how do you do all of these? And your design looks stunning. We teach a lot of this in the community, design language, how to do that kind of thing, even using AI to help you with the design element. There's a lot of ways you can do it, but in all honesty, it's just practice, 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 okay? So these things are a pretty big thing when you're coding, regardless if you're vibe coding, regardless of what angle you go down, okay? All right, quick little water break, and let's jump into it. So step one, go ahead and get the repo, because that's going to help you, because we are going to move pretty fast today. Step two, we're going to go ahead and set up our app, okay? So we're going to go ahead and spin up Warp. I've actually got loads running I need to close. Let me go ahead and just clean things up. I'm going to go ahead and oops. Okay, what's going on today? Right, go ahead and open up Warp, and then go ahead and bring this bigger. And I want you to go into the document where the directory where you have your stuff. I like to just put it in documents builds, do it wherever you want. And I'm going to run the following command. Now, there is a little trick, by the way. If you've run a command before and you forget what the command is, so in this case, you can do Control R, which is recursive search. And this is Warp, but it happens in the normal terminal as well. And you can simply type in npx create next app, or in this case, pnpm dlx create next app, because I like to use pnpm. And then we can just pop the name in. So in this case, I'm going to say Calendly. Oh no, we're going to call it, what was our app called? We've called our app, our beautiful Calvero, okay? And again, if there is an app called Calvero, we do not, this is purely educational. It's all good, okay? So we don't claim to be you. All right, Calvero scheduling app, SaaS, let's just say SaaS, YouTube, okay? Go ahead and hit enter. This is going to ask you a couple of questions now. So in this point, you can use recommended settings. I don't do this anymore. I go to customize settings and I run through it. So when it comes to the linter, I now use Biome because it's much faster and it's pretty cool, to be fair. Like, can fix a bunch of stuff for you. Go to React compiler. Yes. The rest of it, you simply spam the enter key. You're good to go, right? So that's pretty much the first step. Now, while that's happening in the back, what I want you to do is go over to the link in the description and sign up to Clerk. So this is for the authentication part. Go ahead and create an account. So in this case, I'm just going to quickly log in if it seems to do so. In this case, we're going to jump into my account. And by the way, guys, most of you ask about Clerk and all this kind of stuff. Like, is it free? Yeah, guys, it's got a massive, generous free tier. We use it on production apps at the moment, live with the B2B element of it. And we use the B2B billing. So it's pretty damn awesome, okay? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and create a new app. You'll just get straight to the screen though if it's your first time using Clerk. And then I want you to go ahead and type in whatever your app's called. So in this case, I'm going to call it Calvero SaaS, right? And then I want you to tick email. And in this case, we're going to use Google. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create Google. You can go ahead and just literally tick whichever ones you want. It's so easy to get the authentication running with the Clerk. And then you got these lovely instructions. Now, if you are on, an LLM setup like Claude Code, or whether you're doing something like Cursor, go ahead and click on copy prompt, and you can go ahead and literally just dunk this in. So going back to the terminal, once that command was done, I'm going to simply pop in cursor dot, and then it will open up the code base for me. Oh no, I need to, damn it, I didn't see the end to it. I've got so many builds. Oh my God. 1 second. Let's go into OP and then documents, builds. documents builds, and then we're going to do Calvero, scheduling SaaS YouTube, cursor dot. Yeah, forgot to go into the actual folder. And please ask me questions about the whole AI scene right now, the coding side, because I know tons of you have questions, and this is the ultimate time to just ask me about it. So in this case, we got the folders up, and this is all as I wanted. But I was going to say to you, so in this case, if you copy the prompt, and then say you're in Cursor, you can do Command-I to open up your agent chat, or you can do Command-E to go into the agent panel, and then you can go ahead and paste that in, and this will actually go ahead and run the entire setup, by the way, for Clerk. So you can do this, right? And it will work. So in this case, I'll show you how it works. But if we were to go ahead and do it right now, I have set things up slightly different on my account, right? So not on the account, on the app itself. But you know what? Screw it. I'm going to show you guys itself. We'll copy the prompt and we'll run it. If you don't use this prompt, then you can pretty much just run these steps. I've done it a million times on the channel, so you can feel free to do these steps, but it's so easy to do, right? So in the back end now, this is literally going to go ahead and add that. And while that's adding that, I can do .env.local, and I can paste in my keys. Now, of course, do not share your keys, guys. Keys are secret for a reason. I'm going to invalidate all of my keys, and that's pretty much what I do. Now, somebody asked, Ala Suit goes, which LLM do you prefer right now? Go ahead and click run on this. And sometimes it tries to run it in the sandbox, kind of annoying. I'll answer your question in a moment, dude. Go ahead and click run it, and it'll run it outside the sandbox, okay? If you have a trusted environment like this, you can run everything out the sandbox, so that's fine. Oh, it's doing it now. Oh no. So you see, sometimes it does this, right? It starts going on absolute madness. So at this point, you can just go ahead and do that command yourself. No, what is it doing, man? Do this at latest. Yeah, that's right. And then go ahead and just say, I installed myself. All good. Right, that's what I do sometimes, right? And then it will just carry on. Okay, so you can get past it if it has that kind of elements. Now, I use Claude Opus 4.5. I do pay $200 a month, in case anyone's wondering. I'm full transparent about it as well, so ask me your questions, right? I actually want to open up a bit more about this because I think it's a bit more helpful for you guys to understand how I'm working in the AI space, and then that's going to be more connected with you, okay? Right? Oh, nice. I'm Thomas Fur from your members. Yes, of course I remember you, dude. It's so hard because you know what? Now they've changed YouTube, so I just see usernames, which is kind of hard to know who's who. But of course I know who Thomas Fur is. Yeah, what's up, dude? Good to see you. We've got the layout here. And as you can see, look, it's added in a whole little starter section. So let's spin up this app. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin this app up on localhost 3001 just for the beginning because I still need the other app to demo a couple of things, right? Now, Cursor has this nice pop-up, but you can run it here as well. Now, sometimes LLMs get it a bit wrong. You see this? It says middleware.ts. In Clerk's documentation, now it's called proxy.ts, okay? So always check the work. And how do I check the work? I will simply go to my source control tab. And the way I like to do it is I will hide all this, go to middleware. For example, I can see the differences it does, and I just do a review. There's many ways you can do reviews, by the way. You can do it here. You can do it over in the agent view as well. So you can go ahead and click on review, and it will show you all of the files one by one, and you can go ahead and commit each one to the next major commit. But in this case, we don't want to do that because they messed up, right? So I want to go here. I'm going to change this to proxy.ts. This is exactly my point. Okay, where AI does do some stuff, but it can also screw you over a little bit. So you need to be a bit careful about that, right? Somebody says, Sunny, can I get the license? Just email us at team@puppyreact.com if you want to do any commercial work with this code, and then we can set you up with a license. But in this case, let's go ahead and get started. So we'll do pm dev. We're good. Let's go ahead and restart pm dev. And then I'm just going to go ahead, and I don't want to click remember my choice because sometimes I need to do a few things. Let's go ahead and pop this open over here and get ourselves ready to go forward. All right, so localhost 3001. So 3001. Cool. Oh no, what was that? Just 3001. Oh God. This is so annoying when it does this. 3001. Oh, it's doing that again. Let me go here to 1. Keeps going to my score. Come on, 3001. Yes, are we good? Let's let it go. Come on. That should bring it up now. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we have it. So this is the app. Layout.ts is there. Sign up and sign in. That's what it's added, okay? So this is great. So in the layout.ts, they have it all there. Now, of course, you can test it out by clicking sign in at the top. So let's go ahead and see for ourselves. Click sign in, go ahead and sign in, and then it should show me the user button after we've signed in. So let's log in with sunny.sanger@gmail, and then we should be good to go. Click on continue. I want to change the music up a bit. I've done this stream so many times that this music drives me wild after a point. So Jay's picks are up today. I don't know if he updates. I know he updated it, but last time, but I don't know. Let's see if he's updated it anytime now. So now you can see the user buttons there. So Clerk is successfully connected. That's great. Okay. So next up, what I want to do is I'm going to show you just actually we'll do that afterwards, right? I'll show you a little step afterwards, but we need to separate our app before we start doing things with Sanity and so forth. Okay. So, I mean, we can actually install Sanity first. So let's do that. Let's go to Sanity first. So go to sanity.io/Sunny. The link is in the description. Click get started with coupon. And now here, I want you to log into your account. I'm already logged in, and then you'll be able to go ahead and create a new project. So in this case, we're going to call this one Calvero SaaS. So Calvero SaaS organization, just me, create the project. Okay. And what I do recommend is while you're doing all of this stuff, Sanity have a really great platform called Sanity Learn, and it's actually awesome. I used it a bunch as well. All right. So when I was learning how to use the app SDK, and Simeon from the team is awesome. He was able to go ahead and like pretty much teach the entire aspect of it. So it was really, really nice to go ahead and do that. Right. So while that's happening, let's go back to our app and let's prepare a few things. So what I want you to do is the app is going to be set up in a grouped way. Now, what do I mean by a grouped way? So grouped folders don't modify the route. Okay, what happened here? That's interesting. That's the first time I've seen that. Demo gods are not on my side today, right? So somebody goes, Sunny, how do you sync your Clerk user subscriptions to Sunny, or you just use the has method to check in the front end only? So Clerk has full billing, by the way. So we are using the hooks. I'll show you how we do it. We are going to be using the hooks today. And we also have the provider, the higher order component pattern, where you basically wrap the client components and you can check that way as well. Okay. So inside of our app, I want to have two folders. I want to have one, which is for the app itself. This is the consumer app. Everything that is from / and beyond is going to be inside of here. Then I'm going to have another one, which is going to be for admin, right? And then we're going to have studio and a few others, but the admin is effectively / admin is the app SDK for Sanity. And then the app is for the rest of the app. Okay. So step one, grab the page.tsx and drag it into the app. Okay. So that one's pretty good. Go ahead and update the imports as needed. And then we're going to have to do a little bit of refactoring here. Okay. So in the layout.tsx, we can keep Clerk. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of this other stuff though. Right. We just want to keep it super, super simple. And yeah, that's pretty good actually. Yeah, let's keep it just very, very simple. And if you want, you can go ahead and change all of these metadata tags to yourself, whatever you need. But everything else is pretty good. Okay. So now let's check if we're good on the Sanity front. Okay, so once Sanity is created, you should reach this page. They have an awesome setup. Okay, so you literally go through this entire process, set it up. But if you want to be like me and be a little bit lazy, copy the first line here, go to your code base, and then go ahead and do Command J and pull into a separate panel, like so, a separate terminal, sorry, and paste that in. And what this is going to do is going to set up a Sanity studio for us, right? So it's a really awesome way of working with Sanity. Let this do this thing. It'll literally set the entire thing up. So Ben says, hey, Sunny, been following you since you're based in the UK. No way, dude. That is awesome. He goes, what camera do you use? It's absolutely clear. I'd like to do what you do for the Drupal community. Awesome stuff. Well, firstly, well done to you, man. I use an A7S Mark III behind this camera. And the lens, I believe, is a 50mm 1.8. I believe it is. Yeah, it's 1.8. I've got a few lenses, but the lens is very important if you want to do that. But good luck, dude. And send us your channel once you're there. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes. Would you like to embed the Sanity Studio? Yes. / studio is good. Would you like to add the project ID and data? Yes, we're all good with that. Okay. And then Thomas, goes, yeah, I know, but the provider lets you only check client side. You also sync it to Sanity to maybe limit some server actions. So we're limiting client side for now, but there is, and I did do it in my previous build, a way of checking on the server side. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot how to do it, but as in there is definitely a way. Check my previous build or the one before that and check out the server actions. You'll see I do it in the server actions. So it's somewhere in those. On the last two builds, I've done it. We've been building obviously quite a lot, so you guys can imagine it's quite a bit. So the next step is you've got this little prompt at the bottom. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys, but you can configure an MCP server, which is awesome, by the way. So you want to do this. So we're using Cursor, so I'm going to tick that and go ahead and let that set up. And this is so powerful because what this will do is it will allow, whenever we talk to our LLM, so any agent we're working with, it's going to allow it to go into our backend, access the data, check on things. So as it's debugging, it can say, actually, I went ahead and found that user and he didn't have that field, and that's why it was part of this problem, and Really, really nice, right? So Sarah Swat goes, Clerk and Stripe is not working in India. So Clerk is working. For Stripe, you've got the Stripe dev account, which is easy to set up via Clerk billing. So follow me through, and I promise you, I got you back with this, right? Destroy the like button as well, guys, right? That's all I ask, is you just destroy that like button to help the channel grow, okay? In this case, yeah, we're good. There we go. You might need to restart your editor to take effect. Yep, that's fine. Next up, what I want to do is I want to install Shadcn, and then we're going to set up our GitHub repo. We're doing a full flow now, okay? So head over to Shadcn, go to the docs, and at the top, you'll see installation, Next.js, and we just simply want to run this first command over here, okay? So yeah, I'm just getting a bit annoying, that thing. So let's go ahead and pop this in, and we're going to install Shadcn. If you don't know what Shadcn is, Google it. Shadcn is awesome. Basically, under the hood, built with Tailwind CSS, component library, effectively more of a copy paste situation. But in this case, you've got all of your interactive and accessible elements. This is a very important part, the accessible part. If you build these elements, chances are you're probably doing it with the accessible things correctly done. I don't bother building it myself. I use Shadcn for a ton of stuff. And you can go ahead and use their new customization area. I think it's somewhere at the top, but I think it's create. And you can basically have a whole customization element to it now, which is awesome, right? So set up your base colors, whatever you want to do. I'm just going to click neutral to start with because I'm going to manipulate it, change a few things. And then I'm going to go ahead and install the first component, which is just a button. And you'll see how it's installing it into our project. So in this case, if I do this now, what you'll see is there'll be a components folder with a UI folder inside, and that's where everything will get stored. So there you go, right? So we've installed Shadcn. Notice how Sanity as well finished installing, and we have this Sanity folder, right? And inside of our app folder, we also have /studio. So already, just by running our one studio Sanity CLI command, let's go to localhost /studio. And what we should see is, oops, not that one. It's I've got two profiles. It's it's this one. So localhost 3001 /studio. And this will actually fail because the cores aren't blocked by default for 3001. I'll show you how we can do that. If we go to our studio, if you're using anything besides localhost 3000, go to API, go to cores origin, and add in the cores origin of what you're using. So in this case, 3001, allow credentials and save. And that's why it wouldn't be working. So in this case, yep, if we do it again, refresh now, it will get past the cores block and it will prompt for authentication. So in this case, I can log in with the account, make sure it's the Sanity account that we logged in with, right? Sunny, what's your opinion about Google Anti-Gravity? I see that you use Cursor. Do you prefer Cursor like personal preference, or is there anything special that you have found? I would say it really depends on yourself. Like, give a few different ones a try. I would say Google Anti-Gravity, it was pretty cool. If you saw my demo, it's kind of a fun thing to try out. They're all evolving. Claude Code is pretty awesome. But Cursor still, for me, has the right balance of reviewing my code. Okay. There's also a Ralph Wiggum new pattern, which is pretty big. But if you don't do it correctly, you will spin through your tokens like never before, right? So be careful with that, right? And yes, that is the Simpsons character, in case you're wondering, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and drop that down. And now we need to obviously define some Sanity backend document types, right? So the app SDK for Sanity will handle at the end, right? Before all of that, we are going to go ahead and one thing I didn't even mention, guys, in the actual build itself, this is University Code if you want to join us, but in the actual build itself, this is using React Big Calendar. So I'll show you how we do all of that with that library. Forgot to mention that, very important point. But yeah, the final step is we need to get a GitHub set up. So let's go ahead and push a repo up. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new repo. So I've got so many random repos everywhere. So let's go ahead and do, in this case, Calvero, YouTube, scheduling SaaS. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this. Choose visibility. In this case, I'm going to make this one private as we build, in case just I'm working on a live stream. It's enough already. Then we're going to go ahead and grab this bottom command down here, go back over here, and we're going to paste it to push to that repo. Because we're going to push to main just to push this up to the first branch, okay? So hit a refresh and we should see our code now here, okay? So now we push to our GitHub repo. We have it stored on the cloud, best practice. Some of you may vibe code, but don't know how to do that. So I hope that helped, right? And then what I want you to do is go to CodeRabbit on the web, right? So there's a link in the description, go through it. It helps us again. It tells them that you came from me. A lot of you go to CodeRabbit, but you don't tell them that you came from here. And then obviously it's hard to keep using stuff on the channel, which is annoying, right? So go ahead, click on try it for free right here, and then go ahead and set up. So in this case, you got a nice 14-day free trial. There's also a free approach as well. So I'm going to go a free plan. So I'm going to do GitHub and the cloud. And I've actually got a paid account here. So let's log in. And hopefully I'm in so many different profiles on Arc. My browser is Arc, in case a lot of you always ask me that question. So the repo here, you can see, what did I call it? It was Calvero. Oh no, I'm not putting my correct organization. I put in the other one, switch organization, add organization. Let's see. So Sunny, what account have I put it on? Calvero. Yeah, it's here. Interesting. Calvero, add repos. Oh yeah, I need to just log in. There we go. So I'm going to quickly sign in. And then on here, oh yeah, here it was. So you want to go ahead and add the repo. So I've done it selectively so it doesn't just spam with everything. So Calvero, YouTube, Scheduling SaaS, go ahead and hit save. So I've added it and given it permission. So now what CodeRabbit is smart enough to do is once you've done that, you should see Calvero in the list of repos. Now what it's automatically doing is every time there is a pull request on a branch, whether it's main or whatever the case, it will go ahead, and you got your nice dashboard here. It will go ahead and actually just trigger off an entire review flow. Okay, so I'm going to give that a shot once we go ahead and get the last bit set up. So the final bit to getting everything up and running was we have the app here. Let's just do a little bit of cleanup on this side of things. So inside of /app, let's go ahead and just get rid of all of this and just type in, for example, hello world. Boom, get rid of all of this. And H1, hello world. Okay, get rid of all this. And then all of this. Now, of course, we are using Tailwind CSS, so this is pretty normal. And you can see hello world, okay? So right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a pull request, right? So the whole reason why I'm showing you this is because this is the pattern that we're gonna show throughout the build. We're gonna move really quickly after this, and I want you to know that whether or not you're coding the way I'm coding right now, or whether or not you're coding via an LLM, you should know your best practices, okay? So in this case, if I've done a bunch of changes right now in my source control, so in this case, that's quite a lot of changes, okay? So let's just assume that this was part of a ticket or a user story or a specific goal, which is what you should be working, right? We're gonna go ahead and stage all the changes, but I'm gonna create a new branch. So in this case, I'm on the main branch. We don't commit to main, right? We create a new branch. In this case, we're gonna call it feet, or whatever, however you want to have your naming conventions. Oh, nice, Peter, let's go. He goes, hello, everyone. Welcome to the best channel on the planet. Appreciate you, dude. All right. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and type in initial, I don't know. It could be initial set. It depends on what your team setup is. It could be like a fix, a feat, whatnot. Let's just say feat, initial setup for clerk and sanity, right? And then let's go ahead and hit enter. And then we have our branch. So now I'm going to go ahead and commit, and I'm going to be lazy and generate an auto commit message based on the changes. So it's not always the best commit message, but for this demo, it will do. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and, oops, that was interesting. Let's stage all the changes again and do it again. Oh, okay. That's weird. There's a little bit of a bug going on with that. So wherever you're, oh, there you go. That's better. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I want you to go ahead and commit, and now publish branch. Okay, so without me doing anything else, right? This is the whole point of CodeRabbit. It just fits into your flow. So now imagine like I would trigger a PR flow. Okay, so I would typically go to my GitHub at this point. So let's go over to GitHub, for example, this one here. And you can see, look, I've got my new branch push. We click compare and pull request. And the goal of this is the typical developer flow. And again, this is what I'm saying. You might be vibe coding, but you don't know how to work with teams and that kind of stuff. This stuff still counts. And this is how teams work together. Otherwise, you'd have chaos, everyone pushing to the same branch. You know, it's madness. You need to know how to do Git flow. So in this case, we have a title for the PR. We have a description, right? And then let's just go ahead and create a pull request. Now, I'm going to keep this very simple right now, but let's go ahead and create a pull request. And what we should see in a moment is, give it a moment, we should see an automatic CodeRabbit. There you go. So now CodeRabbit kicks into gear, and this is what separates CodeRabbit from the rest. Firstly, it has the entire context of the entire code base, right? So it's now scanning the entire code base and what I've added, and it's going to go ahead and review it. It's going to review it for basically things that we did wrong. It's going to, potential suggestions. It's going to tell us the severity. And one of my favorite things is it simply will give us a better description. So I don't know about you guys, but writing this description, I don't like to do it anymore. So basically, this will go ahead and get updated with a true description of what it actually changed in this PR, which is amazing. It saves your devs a lot of time, right? I've had devs who get very lazy with that, and this just saves that a bunch of time. So we're going to come back to this and see how CodeRabbit gets on in just a moment. But like I said, to get started with that, hit the link in the description and run through that, okay? Now let's dive into the build itself. So we're going to tackle a couple of things. We're going to start off with the landing page. So let's start off over on the landing page itself. Oops. I've got a weird autocomplete situation. It's very annoying, but I have to like perfectly get to the right thing. So in this case, look, okay. And then I have to go over here and backspace it. And then, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Honestly, the joys of live streaming, right? So now we have Calvira at the top, the dashboard. We're going to build that first, so step one. Then we're going to build this entire nice layout. And again, we're going to move fairly quickly because there's a lot to move inside of this app, right? A couple of extensions I recommend. You have got the CodeRabbit extension. Definitely go check that out. But the ones that I recommend are ES7. I always talk about this one. I should be sponsored by these guys. I push so much traffic to you guys. It's crazy. But ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. They're just awesome snippets, right? Only production developers know what game changer CodeRabbit is. Yes, dude. I absolutely, I've almost cursed on live, but I absolutely love that you just said that because it's so true, right? The vibe coding scene is impressing the juniors, but the ones who know the quality side of things, the CodeRabbit is awesome for that, right? It allows us just to have that element of checking, that element of making sure that everything is actually up to the standards of what it should be and so forth. And as you can see, CodeRabbit went ahead and summarized the new features, added the improvements that we made, and it's going to go ahead and start even giving us those. Oh, so it's just going to go ahead and carry on doing it first. Let it do its thing. We'll come back. But yeah, it's incredibly important, right? Is the main thing. So step one, let's do the landing page. So need to get my code so I can have a look at what was first. And I get the question all the time, Sonny, do you code this live? Well, I prepare it a massive amount before, 100%, right? So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and have a min height on, so that way the fold on the top of the page is there. And then what I've done is I've actually just chunked it out into different components, okay? So I like to have page.tsx files be minimal in the fact that they're the high level logical place where you can do server fetches where needed, and then you simply pass the data down to the more dumb components we like to call. So in this case, we've got a couple of components here. We need to build these, right? So let's start off with the landing header. So in landing header, we're gonna have it in, I've done the folder structure quite neatly in this one. Components, not in the UI folder, but over in the components, we're gonna have a landing section, and then we're gonna create a new one called landing header. Right? And again, your conventions could be this, it could be camel casing, whatever you want, right? In this case, in this app, we decided to go with this, right? So for the landing header, it's simple. We're gonna do RFCE. And again, you could vibe this, code this up. You could do whatever you want. But again, just make sure that if you do that, you review your code, guys. Please, for the love of God, review your code, okay? So in this case, I've given you the code. It's in the GitHub repo. I'm gonna pop the code in for the landing header right here. But we simply have a header with a div, and inside that div, we have two elements. We have the first one, which is the logo itself, and then we flex and space between. You know, so this is just a flex rule saying center it on the Y and the X axes, and then justify between simply means, oh no, it's justify item center, but justify between means spread them apart. So that way let Flexbox handle the separation. And then we've got the clerk buttons. And these are just really nice higher wrapper components. So if you're signed out, these will render in. Otherwise, if you're signed in, these will render in. Just an easier way of doing it. And plus, as you can see, we don't turn it into a client component. So this remains as a server component, which is nice, okay? So let's go ahead and slowly start bringing these in, and we can see for ourselves what they're doing, right? So yeah, I just want to do the same for each of these. So landing header, let's go ahead and pull that in like so. Okay, so you can see I've got the pricing down. All right, this one will go to the pricing page, but there is no pricing page, which is absolutely fine. We can go ahead and jump through that afterwards. The dashboard, because I am logged in, is there, okay? If you really wanted to, you could even add, if we've got the dashboard button there, so signed in, dashboard, I can also add the user profile button, so user button as well. So let's go ahead and add that. And then now immediately, if I'm signed in, look at that. I can manage my account, I can sign out, and then I get the other state as well, right? And then notice how the sign in was this, but the get started creates the account. Either way, by the way, Clerk is clever enough to direct you to the right flow, even if you didn't have an account, okay? I don't know if you tried Reptile yet, but it seems to be, I haven't actually tried that. No, I haven't tried that, but at the moment, I'm loving CodeRabbit, okay? So we've got the landing down. Let's go to the next component, the hero section. These are all what I like to call presentational components in the sense where they're just UI, right? There's nothing really that special about these components. So I'm not going to spend too long on getting these components out on the page, right? These ones, this is why I give you the code base, because really there's not much value for these sections. Besides, the real value in these builds comes from when I'm actually showing you the calendar and the flow part. That's the logical part where I can teach you. Then you can code it yourself or you can LLM it, whatever you want to do. But you need to understand what to be telling the LLM in the first place to understand the flow of how it all works, right? So in this case, we've got the hero section. The hero section, by the way, is this part here. And we have pretty much just the top area. And the main fancy part is this hero visual, okay? So for the hero visual, this is basically where I've drawn this out. Right, and again, did I code this manually, this part? No, I absolutely used an LLM and I explained what I wanted as a design element, right? So I wanted to show some, available blocks, maybe some not available blocks, and then the booking element. Even though the app doesn't look like this, it gets across a quick message for what we're trying to do, okay? So however you want to build your apps, just a bit of a demo, right? So in this case, we're going to add the hero visual as well. And again, you can download the code base and have a look for yourself as to how I did that. But again, full transparency, did I code that? No, I didn't. I used an LLM to do that, right? Now we have got some small minor linting errors throughout. So in this case, we go to our hero visual. There are simply some key errors here. So it shouldn't be using a key and so forth. In that case, that's actually biome, which is pretty aggressive. Oh, we got Siren in the house. What's up? What's up? Good to see you, dude. Also, this is a biome issue as well. So biome typically is pretty strict on how it likes formatting done. And you can run a CLI command, which goes ahead and fixes that. But let's go ahead and pull this in. And let's check on our actual app ourselves. So you see, look at that, looking pretty cool. And by the way, all of this was mobile responsive. So in this case, we've done it in a way which is really, really clean, okay? The same thing for features, how it works, and integration. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull these through now. So let's go features, how it works, integration, and CTA. And all of these, again, just presentation components. Nothing else is happening here. I would tell you completely, and you can honestly see for yourself in the code, in the GitHub repo code, right? So in this case, the CTA section, just some informational stuff saying join thousands of professionals, So that's going to go over here. We have the features section, and I'm facing like a bit of resistance lately with the new format on the channel because I'm trying to find a balance between showing you what's valuable versus kind of just me coding the same old things, right? So in this case, like there's a value to me showing you certain parts, but the presentational part is not going to help you guys as much as the logical parts. So we're trying to get to the logical parts quicker, right? So in this case, we just have an array for all the features and we map through each array, rendering out a feature card. The feature card is actually, where did I put the feature card? The feature card is here. It's feature card, this one here. And then here we need to install the Shadcn component for the cards, right? So in this case, on Shadcn side, let's go over to Shadcn. We've got the card component. So this is the card component. We're going to go ahead and install this. Command J, pop it in, install, and we're great, okay? Some code goes, I love the way you structure your code and the UI, you make it easy to read and understand. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you like that, dude. And also, just an awesome member in the community. He's always active. I absolutely love it. Right, so in this case, we've got the feature card looking good. We've got the features section, and sometimes it's just a bit slow. You have to refresh that, okay? And yeah, I think we're pretty good on the feature card. Yeah, I've saved the page.tsx because we haven't got these yet. So feature section is good. How it works section, let's go ahead and add those in as well. So how it works and the integration section, both. How it works, same thing, an array, we map through it, and the integration section is same. This one's a little bit more just 2 instead of 1, right? So we have 2, all the calendar events I show, all of the integration features we map through. And also we've got a little helper for the colors as well, right? So that's all that we're effectively showing here. But if I go back, it'll make a lot of sense once I pull these through and show you. So this is the landing page effectively. Very, very simple, guys. You can see the different section. This was just an array where we're mapping out the same bit of code. So just a nice repeatable code structure. We got this nice little UI design here about how it works. Set your availability, create the meeting type, which I showed you earlier. Share your link, and you simply go ahead and ping it to whoever you want, and they can just book on your scheduling tool, okay? And then we have seamless Google Calendar integration, right? So in this case, whatever you connect, it will go ahead and pull in your events, and then it will make sure that we time block accordingly, okay? And then we've got this CTA, which says get started for free, right? And then you can go ahead and continue and set your account up, okay? So you can either do email login or what we like to do, Google authentication, right? So in this case, we're gonna log in, and then we're gonna go ahead and log into my account. Next step, we've got the actual dashboard part of it, right? So the dashboard is going to be what we call /availability. So in this case, if we go to the dashboard, it's going to be literally the first thing we want to see is our availability on that calendar, right? So we need to obviously build that. So going back, we've got the folder structure. Again, the grouped folders with the parentheses don't count as routing folders. So you won't actually hit like /admin until we have a folder which has no parentheses and availability, right? So in this case, there we go, availability, and that's going to have a page.tsx inside of it, RFCE, and then we're going to call this one the availability page. Okay, get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So now you can see it no longer fails. We have the availability page. Okay, and what I like about this is what you can do is in these grouped folders, you can actually have layouts, right? And layouts are going to basically be consistent with every single route or child underneath that grouped header. So what does that mean? Well, it means that say I want a header to be applied for everything below this app folder, then what I can do here is I can create a layout.tsx file. And do you see why the value of still understanding how to code is so important? This is the bit that I can't stress enough. Like, yes, you can vibe code an app, but if you don't know how things work in Next.js, you're going to get screwed up really quick, right? So we've got here the app layout. It renders the children. The children is effectively the pages that render under it. And then we have the app header, which is going to be for that user app. So when you're logged in, all right, where does this live? We've just simply popped it inside of our components, and it didn't have a folder. We kind of actually put this on the outside. So these are just like the loose ones, which didn't have a folder for. So in this case, this is a client component. Why is it a client component? Because everything in Next.js, I believe it was like 13 up, was a server component first. And then until you say use client, it becomes a client component. Now, whenever you have any form of interactivity, whether it be a input form or submitting not an input form can actually be server component, but whether or not it's like a use hook or any kind of React hook, inside of your app or any state, you need to convert it to a client component. So step 1, use client, do our imports. We've just got some simple constants at the top for our navigation items. And then here is the reason why we converted it, use path name. Now, can you use the server component side of things here? Yeah, you can. You actually get it inside of here, you get the params, and then you actually get the path name from there. But in this case, you can do it a couple of ways, right? I'm going to keep it this way, right? So render nav item, and then we've just got the different links that render out, and then we just go through our array at the top. And this is it after you sign out. In this case, that's actually the deprecated function. We need the after session switch URL, right? So this one, / there you go. And then what we can do is the other component that we had, the header for that one, which was landing header, that one, when you switch your login state, so in this case, was it sign in button here, after session, what was it? So it was fallback redirect, force redirect URL. We can do / availability. Same for this one. Once you've signed up, it will push you straight to the dashboard. And then this one is fine. Yeah. Awesome stuff. Okay. So next up we have, guys, do me a favor, just destroy that like button. I think we already crossed over 100. Nice. Yeah. Keep on hitting that like button, right? If you're enjoying the content, keep on destroying the like button. I appreciate you. All right. So now we got the app header. Let's go ahead and pull that in. I don't know why mine does that. It only does it when I'm live. Very strange, but there you go. And yeah, there we have it. We've got the entire homepage And you can see we've now got this at the top, and I've simply made it responsive by using Tailwind CSS rules, where I hide the labels if we're on a small screen, right? And I'll show you how it happens in a moment. But these are just linking to the individual pages, like /settings, /booking, /feedback, and so forth. All right. Siren goes, Sunny, dude, this is literally one of the features on my web dev platform. I just haven't finished building the feature yet. Great minds. I love it, dude. I'm telling you, there's always a way how everything aligns up. So I appreciate you, Sarah, and you're an awesome member in the community. And hopefully this fixes or solves what you were trying to build, right? Quick little water break. Okay, so we're doing pretty good on time, actually. So into the availability section, this is where we need to really crunch in and focus, because it gets quite heavy from here on out. So in the availability side of things, we've got a huge file. It's pretty big. First step is this one is going to actually be an entire server component. Okay, so it's going to stay as a server component. So that's the first thing to remember. So we have to make decisions, which means that, okay, it's not going to have any interactive element and so forth. And that's intentional, because Sanity has a really nice thing called Sanity Live, which when we set Sanity up, it's set up for us. So you would have seen inside of our folders, you've got Sanity, you've got lib, then you've got live.ts. Sanity Live, we need to grab that, go to the top element of our folder, or I think we put it in. It only makes sense to put it inside the app layout, really. Is anywhere else? Oh no, I have public pages. Yeah, so in this case, for the public pages, I forgot. So we have layout.tsx, and inside of here, what you want to do is simply pop in, firstly, I want to put a main tag around the children, because it just helps with SEO. And then I want to have Sanity Live. So this is effectively attaching a listener to the sessions. So now, in this case, we can go ahead and pull that in. Sanity Live, boom, we have it. Pretty nice. Okay. Sarah goes, by the way, Happy New Year to you both and the entire Papa fam. Looking forward to 2026. Oh, I love you guys, man. Honestly, what is up, dude? Thank you so much. And also, Yasmin goes, I love your videos. I learned a lot of new tech. Guys, I appreciate you so much. I saw one of you actually in person yesterday. We took a photo together in Dubai, and it's just so cool. When if you guys ever see me or whatever, feel free to come up, because it makes my day. Honestly, it was so awesome seeing you. And yeah, it's just an awesome feeling. Why is my epidemic being so strange today? Everything's jarring out. I can't see my music. Anyway, it's fine. I want to restart the music, but we'll do that after. It's okay. Okay. So at this point, we have the root layout. So now we've got Sanity Live. Why does that matter? Because whenever we do any change of data on the back end, it will force our server component to re-render or refetch that data, so we don't have stale data. This is called the Sanity Live content link, and it's live by default, which is awesome, right? So in this case, let's go to the availability page. And step one is I want to get the user's authentication state. Okay, so how do we do that with Clerk? Well, we can use the lovely auth component. And the nice thing about a server component is we can make it asynchronous at the top. And this, again, if you're vibe coding, if you review your vibe coded component, what you might see is literally, Jay, you're too funny. What you might see is something like, for example, it just changes it to a client component. And then that's the reason why it might not work with the library. You see, you have to know how Next.js works and able to, even if you're vibe coding or whatever the case, whatever tech stack you're using. And I feel like I need to teach this a lot, because it's not said enough on tutorials and on channels. And it's just kind of getting pushed to the side, and it's very, very important. You need to know, like, for example, this is now still a server component. And then that part of Next.clerk or whatever library we're using or whatever we're doing, that is how we should be doing it, the server side way. And then if we introduce state, how we have to convert to a client command. If you don't know that and you just give gung-ho, it's going to cause a lot of issues, right? I got a question from some of you asking, what is this on my wrist? I'm back on Whoop, because Whoop is awesome for tracking. It helps me with my, when I'm in mad flow states and everything like that, it helps me keep things going. So feel free to join and look me up on Whoop, and we can track each other if you want. I guess someone's at the door. I don't understand how. I wasn't expecting a package, but anyway. So in this case, if the user's not logged in, we can redirect. And in fact, we can do it this way, or we can go ahead and so in this case, we can do next navigation. But another way that I also recommend it is if you go to proxy So in this case, if we go to proxy here, you can actually go ahead and set up redirects as well. Okay. So here you can also go ahead and have protected routes. So you could say const protected routes. You can have a route matcher. And in this case, let's just say, for example, I want to protect against / availability. I create a route matcher. And then what I do is I simply go ahead and no, I don't do that. It was protected. I don't like naming it like that. I'm fuzzy. I'm annoying like that. So in this case, protected routes. Then what we can do is, because it's a single line, you don't need to do this. You can just do auth.protect like that, right? So this will actually go ahead and protect it the same way as this would, right? The reason why you might want to do it also explicitly here is because sometimes your code will say you're not no checking, for example, and TypeScript may have not picked it up. So either way you want to do it, just know that those are the two ways that you can go ahead and protect. But everything else is public by default until you add a protector block on it, right? So to be fair, I prefer the proxy way, but I'm just showing you for visibility that you can do it both ways, right? So the first thing that we actually want to do is we need to start being able to fetch the user's availability. Now, of course, we can't do that because we don't have the calendars, we don't have any of this stuff connected, right? We don't have any of it hooked up. So we're going to work in a backward way now, and we're going to start basically building out in a way that supports this app to exist. So going back to the demo, looking at the, let's go back to the app itself. It's going to do that annoying thing again. Yeah. So back to the app itself. This is the final build. Let's think about this, right? So first up, we need to have access to the calendars that are there, okay? If we don't, we can start setting things, and that's fine. We can do that as well if we wanted to. But I kind of want to show you the whole thing in one as opposed to partially doing in bits, right? So let's start off in the settings tab, right? So we're going to create the / settings page, and we're going to do the Google Auth flow first. So that way we can actually go ahead and connect an account, do all that stuff, right? So we're going to have this entire connection flow first, and then the billing part is actually so easy. Clerk made it ridiculously easy, okay? So what I want to do is firstly create a / settings page. Settings page, let's go over here. Now we have the settings page, and I'm going to have a page.tsx inside of here. So page.tsx. The middleware approach is much cleaner and less code if you add this to many pages, 100%. In fact, you're so correct that let's implement that because I don't want to teach the wrong thing. So you're absolutely right, dude. So let's go ahead and add that back in. Oh, no, don't do that. Okay, so do const protected routes, availability, import, boom, if, yeah, that's it. That's what we wanted. So single line it as well, keep it clean. Move it on there. That's fine. What is this happening? So, oh yeah, because we're not returning response. Next. What's going on here? I always forget what it is. No, it's not this. I need to check the docs. One sec. So go to clerk. Go to configure your application. No. What is it? Where's the documentation? Oh my God. Let's go back. Okay, I just need the clerk proxy is fine. So in this case, let's do authentication components. Oh no, you know, I'm being stupid here. Type in clerk proxy.ts. Go straight to clerk proxy. Boom, boom, boom. This one. Clerk middleware. It counts as a middleware, yeah. So in this case, here is protected routes. Let's just add this in the correct way. So it'll be / availability is what I'm after. And we can actually go after anything after availability as well. And then the correct way to pop it in is actually this right here. So I was simply not returning. Wait, don't return. Okay, so wait, don't. Oh, okay. Wait, auto protect. Okay, so my brackets were screwed up. There you go. Okay, so in that case, there we have it. So that's pretty clean. And now we can remove it from there. So that previous redirect. And that's a better way of doing it, 100%. Whoa, I'm watching your videos from the last 5 years, Pranav. I feel like I remember the name. Crazy. Okay. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. So back onto availability, or back onto settings, sorry. So onto the settings page, RFCE, settings page. And then we're gonna go, this music's driving me crazy. I need to quickly change the music. I wanna do, I actually found another playlist last time that was pretty good. Let's see if I can find it this time. 1 minute, guys. I'm gonna close Epidemic. So Epidemic, let's pull it back up, go back to, I mean, we could do our playlist from the beginning. Let's see. Yeah, this is not bad actually. I don't mind this stuff. Kind of reminds me of the early days, right? So I missed your wait. Thank you, Thomas. Honestly, when you're live, it's kind of in the air sometimes. But step one, we need to go ahead and get the user's authentication state. This is going to be a server page as well. So there we have it. Very nice. And then this is going to be an async. Now we have the user's authenticated state. We can proceed. I'm going to do a sanity fetch. So the first thing that I actually want to do is I want to run 2 sanity fetches. Now we don't have this yet. Okay. Now what is this? How does it work? And what are we trying to do here? Well, firstly, what we're going to do is we want to try and get the user's connected account. So how many accounts are connected for the user? Okay, that's number one, right? The second thing that we're trying to do is get the user's plan limits. So we need to implement both of these, right? So let's do 1 and 2. And this is how we're going to proceed today, right? So there's going to be a lot of this kind of flow that we're going to be doing today. So part 1, sanity fetch, right? So in this case, we can import that. And that comes from our lib file. Right, and sanity fetch, you want to do that instead of client.fetch. Again, LLM will scream for client.fetch a lot of the time. I've seen it. Sanity fetch is the live one. That's why we added sanity live. Okay. I appreciate that quote by Kenneth. He goes, Clerk is amazing. I use them all the time with their billing and organization support. Yeah, dude. You should check out Sanity as well. They're awesome, right? And you guys see for yourselves in today's build. So we've got a few patterns I'm going to introduce here. Number one, we need to basically have a place where we can store our queries, right? For Sanity. So step one is I'm going to go into Sanity folder. I'm going to create a folder called queries. So in this case, queries. And then I'm going to have for every single table in our Sanity backend. So we're looking at it similar like a database. We're going to have the corresponding queries table. Okay. So for this query, I've got a couple of ones that we're going to be doing. But in this case, the example of what we're doing is we have this grok language. So this is called the grok querying language. I have the extension, which is why you can see it's got everything colored correctly. But if you didn't have the extension, just simply go type in grok. And the grok is literally written like this. Grok. And that is Sanity's querying language, okay? Now, we need it to say define query because we're using something called Sanity typegen, okay? So this is very important. Sanity typegen is awesome. It allows us to have type safety across, right? So what we're doing here is we're querying for the user to make sure if the clerk ID that we passed in matches. So this is how we pass in parameters inside of these queries. And then we're basically getting the connected accounts, right? To see, have we connected any account? And there's a flow before that, which would have pushed data into this. Okay, so that's step one, right? Step two is we can pull that in, okay? And then we've got this get user plan limits, right? So in this case, what is that one about? So get user plan limits. This one, we are actually going to be putting inside of a lib folder. So lib is typically where we store all of our utility files. So we're going to have one called features.ts. And inside of here, we're going to have a helper function, which allows us to get the user's plan limits. Okay. Now we don't have to pass the user ID because we can already get access to that fairly easy. We have another helper above this, which I need to add in, which is called the get user plan. Okay. So over here, the get user plan. So in this case, we need to import clerk-auth. And then plan type is a constant that I've added in, and also plan limits. These are constants that I'm going to go ahead and show you how to set up. The first one is what is the plan type? Okay, so the plan types that I'm going to have are free, starter, and pro. You can feel free, by the way, to push this out into a types file. We've done that in some of the build, but I'm just showing you we can have it here. I'm leaving it here because you can see it all on the screen while I'm doing it. And also we've got the limits here that are being enforced. Now, don't get me wrong. You can also set this inside of clerk side and handle it there, but I'm showing you how to do it here as well. So in this case, we've got the plan limits for free, max connected calendars 1, max bookings per month, starter, and pro. Okay. And then we get the user's plan, we get their authenticated state with has, and I think this answered one of the questions earlier, by the way, if you can check if it has the plan, you know, how do you keep it in sync, somebody asked, right? So in this case, you can see if has plan pro, then we return pro. If has plan start, return start. And the reason why you do it in this staggered way is so that way it respects the hierarchy and make sure that if you're a pro, then you get that first. Whereas if I was a starter, you just want to make sure it goes through all of them efficiently. So in that case, it goes through, then it gives us back our plan limits. So select our plan limits based on which version we are. So in this case, let's go ahead and get the library. And now we've got the user themselves and we've got the plan limits. But if we click over this, we've got an any type. That's horrible. We don't like that. No one likes that. Okay. So what we need to do is Sanity, whenever we start adding schema types, which is how we define what the data looks like in the backend, or whenever we start adding in any new query, we need to run Sanity's type gen function. So I'll run you through it, right? Step one, we first, like I said, we need schemas. What are schemas? They're effectively just how we define how the data is stored in the Sanity's backend. So we go to Sanity, we go to schema types, we go to index. Right now we have an empty database, effectively, okay? What we want it to look like is this. Oops. Oh, no. Oh, my God, I closed my cursor. Oh, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. I accidentally done Command Q on it. Annoying. PM dev. That was a first. I've never done that before. I'm just glad I didn't do that on my streaming setup. That would have been wild. Okay, so in this case, let's do, and then let me spin this one, PM dev. Okay, we're good. We're back. So what I want you to do now is eventually we want to get to this, where we have user type, availability slot type, connected account type, booking type, meeting type, and feedback type. Feedback is easy. Meeting type is, remember, the different types of accounts, meetings that you can have, a quick chat, consultation. Booking type is the actual booking. Connected account is, the Gmail accounts connected for a user. Availability slots are the slots which are going to determine when a user is free. So it's like an array as part of a user type. And the user is the user, self-explanatory, yeah? So in this case, we need to create each one of those. So we have each one. I'll show you one, and then I'll start pushing them in. So firstly, we need Sanity icons. So we can go ahead and pull this in. PMI, Sanity icons. Now, you might be wondering at this point, oh man, you could just vibe code that out, surely, right? You don't need to do it all manually. And you're correct, actually. You can do this using an LLM very, very nicely, right? So firstly, this is Sanity's way of creating different types in your database. In this case, this is a user, it's the document. We define what the fields are with validation rules, and this is what we see inside the Sanity Studio up here, which will be super quick. Then we can even have those custom types. For example, availability stop is going to be a custom type, just like user type, and same for connected accounts, right? So we can go ahead and that kind of stuff. Now, I love that because one thing that I've been trying to get the pop-up players, I'm still no luck. I think Jay, send the link now on if you can on the YouTube channel for the pop-up playlist. Okay, awesome. Yeah, but I love that. And then the preview is the little preview that we see in Sanity Studio. Okay, so there you have it. Jay, just drop the studio in the thing if you the link in the chat if you want. We don't do that all the time, but it's cool. Yeah. So let's pop this in here as well. We've got the meeting type. So in this case, that description, we can say meeting name is required, keep it short, and we can maximum have like 50 characters, for example, right? Same for the duration. We're just having 15, 30, 45, 60, and 90-minute slots, okay? So I'm just keeping it like a default, okay? Then we've got the feedback type, and we've got the other four as well. So it's availability slot, booking type, connected account type, and feedback type. Now the booking slot simply has the host, the meeting type, the guest name, the guest email, start time, end time, Google event ID, the Google Meet link, the notes, and then this is how it basically shows out in the Sanity Studio. So the preview part is all about Sanity Studio. So you can see for yourself how this is going to go. And then we can actually have orderings as well. So it orders it accordingly inside, right? So I love that. Thank you, Siran. Our community is too good. Honestly, everyone's like explaining how it works. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. All right. So the only two that we haven't done is, we have done user type and we've done meeting type. Yeah. There we go. So now if I go to /studio, so /studio, what we should see is, let me just pin these as well so we can actually not keep on having to do this over and over and over again. Let's keep that as the main. So let's just call this one the local, and let's call this one the studio, just so it's easier for me to navigate. But now you can see, look, we've got these content blocks. We've got the user. It's going to be an empty document, but if we were to create a user here, you can go ahead and see this is Sanity Studio. And it basically, we didn't have to do any setup, right? Clerk ID is a read-only file because we want that to happen from the server side only. The name, email, the slug for the public booking page. Availability is going to be all the time blocks that we highlight on the calendar and the connected accounts, right? And each one has its own different structure. And then you can also run grok commands over here to go ahead and test out on different queries. Okay, so that's pretty awesome. Next up, we want to go back over to our code and we have our schema types down. I remember I told you about Sanity's type gen, right? So now we've got schemas, which means we should run Sanity's type gen again. And I also added, while we were doing all of this, we added these new queries. And a query must have define query or grok in front of it to be picked up by Sanity's type gen. And LLMs are very, very bad at doing this, guys, is that they will just go and spit that part out without the define query. And then you lose the Sanity type gen reference for picking it up. It's frustrating. That is what I want you guys to avoid, okay? So what we want to do is a slight tweak on the Sanity CLI. So right now, Sanity CLI will just check the Sanity folder. But let's just say, for example, we could have, queries outside of the Sanity folder, right? It could happen, like maybe it was just in the code base somewhere throughout. In that case, what we can do is we have the CLI config here. We have the API, the project ID, the data set, and the final one that I want to add in is actually the type gen. So in this case, you can type in type gen, and then you can pass in an object. So here, what I can say is match all of these areas. So in this case, match all of these areas and search for those grok queries and push it into schema.json. This is where we want the TypeScript file to be generated, and we can overload the client methods as well. So enable automatic type inference when using client.fetch, right? And they'll also do it for Sanity fetch as well, okay? So now every time, the rule is every time we add a new query or every time that we add a new schema change, we have to run Sanity's type generation command. Now, it's two commands that you run, right? The first one is Sanity schema extract, and the second one is Sanity type gen generate. I'm not typing those in every time. So what you want to do is go to package.json and add in a simple type gen command. And what I like to do is simply pop in the command together. So we've already installed Sanity. So what we do is we pop it in like so. And I'm adding this enforced required fields because it makes sure that the data is just a bit more tight. So it runs the Sanity schema extract first, and then it runs Sanity type gen generate. Now, in order to run that, all you got to do is go to your terminal, pm type gen, right? Or if you're using npm, it'll be npm run type gen. So type gen. And now, oops, pm type gen. Oh, what have I done? Gen? Yeah, that's what I typed in. Yeah. Oh. Am I going crazy right now? Type gen. Yeah, pm type gen. pm type gen. Oh yeah, what did I do? Typed pm type gen. pm. Maybe I didn't save it. I don't know. That's weird, right? So in this case, extracted schema. And what I want you to look for is 17 schema types and one grok query. Nice. Sanity types.ts, click into it. And this bug is very annoying. I'll fix it with the team. But if you go down here, you just need to make sure you install this Sanity client, right? So go ahead and do pm I Sanity client. And now you've got type safety. I'll show you where it applies. So Command J, go out of this, head back over to, where was it? Page, yeah, Sanity fetch. So the first one, this is a promise.all, which means the first gets pulled into here. And as you can see, the user is now type safe. That is pretty awesome, right? Now you can just code along. And even again, the reason why this is so good is because now even if you are using an LLM, but Thomas, you are on it today. He's proper locked in. He can see everything I'm doing. That was a great catch, man. This is really important because if you have an LLM speeding through code and it's got any type inferences, that is terrible. It's going to start doing a mad job and not being able to detect where things are going wrong or fix bugs that could pop up. You need your types if you're doing LLM work, right? Very, very important stuff. So in this case, we've got user connected account display, get user plan limits. And now you could console log those out if you wanted. You can say user, and you can also say plan limits. And now we can see for ourselves. So let's go over to the front end. Let's pull open our console and we can see, oh, actually, I think this is a server render. So yeah, it's a server render. So we should see it over here instead. So if we refresh, am I on the right page? What is this? 3001 settings page. Oh yeah, settings page. Let that load. And as you can see, the server is rendering our max bookings per month and the plan and everything so forth, right? And it doesn't have the user. The first one was no. Interesting. Oh yeah, because we don't have the user inside of Sanity yet, right? Which is correct, right? So we didn't actually synchronize the user at any point for Sanity. We have clerk user, but we don't have the Sanity user inside, right? So we need to go ahead and do that. So heading over to our page of TSX, the settings, what we now need to do is I'm going to have a little trick here. So first things first is the search page. When we, the settings page, when we land on here, I'm going to sometimes have it. So we land on this page and we're going to have, for example, a success is true and an error message sometimes. So it could be a case of like, and error equals blah, blah, blah. So success is false and error message situation, right? So in order to handle situations like that, you can go ahead and do it like so. You can have your either key value. We don't do that. I want to have it as the following. So we have the search params and it's going to be success and error. Okay, so I'm going to pass these two. So for example, if I was trying to connect to Google Calendar, it errored out. I want to throw myself back to the settings page and say the reason why it errored out, right? So what we then do is after this, we go ahead and get the connected accounts. We get the params by awaiting the search params. That's how you do it. And then we can start rendering out what the stuff is on the screen that we're interested in. So a few things. I'm going to chuck the whole main block in first, and then you can see what's happening. So over here, this actually is not a main block because we actually have main wrapping the app itself. So you don't want to have two mains in each other. So we've got the main over here, and then we've got the credit card link. The main one that's not working is the account manager. The rest is all pretty self-explanatory. Right, so let's just comment out account manager. But now you can see that if success, then we show Google account connected successfully, or Google account tokens refreshed, or in this case, errors. There's lots of different errors that can happen. Invalid security token, all of that stuff. This is how you typically will handle it with a server, like a redirect. Okay, so now we just need to create the account manager part. So the billing part will link us to the pricing page, which we can do after this. But the first step is I want to go ahead and have the actual account manager, which is that check where we had it previously, which was, I need to make sure that that's just on localhost 3000. Let's go back. So go back to dashboard. Let me know as well. I'm so curious how sometimes people actually stick the entire way through. It blows my mind. I love you guys for that. But it's just so cool to know that you guys are doing that. Right, so this is the account manager part, right? So this is what we're trying to build at the top here. So this account manager. So here is what I want. So account manager. Let me pull up mine. So inside of our components folder, we have things, organized nicely. So we're going to have a settings folder. And here I'm going to have account manager.tsx. RFCE, just account manager, doesn't matter. And then this is going to be a client component because it's quite an interactive component. And then we go back to our settings page, we pull that in, and there are 3 different props that come through: connected account, max calendars, and the plan. So I'm going to define the props inside of our account manager like so. So I've got the interface for the props here, and then we're going to pass those in like so. Okay. And then we've got this connected account display. Right now, I don't actually have that yet. I need to actually create that one. Where is that one? I've done that inside of. Okay, so there are a lot of queries that I need to create for my types to be ready. We can do that in a moment. Actually, no, we'll do that now. So I'll do that now. So as we work through the app, we've got a bunch of queries that are going to happen for the booking, the meeting type, and the users. So what I'm going to do now is I showed you how to add one query. So if we go to the users here, you can see we added one query and then we done Sanity type gen to pull it. But what I also want to do, nice, right? I saw your TSR RFCE snippet and still using, it's so good. Yeah, we've got a ton of other queries as well underneath this. So I'm going to grab all of my queries from the code base, which I've given you guys. It's in the GitHub link below. Pop them in. So we've got user slug, we've got user account displayed, host by slug, user with account, connected accounts, user with availability, And basically all these are doing is you're passing in, for example, the clerk ID, and then we're just getting back certain values is what I'm doing. So these are just going to be for helping us fetch data around the user. Okay. So that's number one. And number two is I need to generate the types. So because we added a bunch of things, so let's do pm type gen, let that do its thing. And then I want to have at the top here, I've got my own custom types. Now this is more of a, I would say more of an kind of an advanced approach to how you can use TypeScript if you're not used to TypeScript from the get-go, but don't get freaked out. It's just making sure that it's non-nullable, and then we're accessing the first or a single element inside of that, which is actually an array type, right? So it can be a little bit confusing sometimes, but again, if you are confused with this, just do highlight it, Command K, and then you can explain, you can say literally explain, and this is in cursor, explain this for dummies, right? And then you do Option Enter, and it will generate a question. So in this case, it asks the question, then it explains the entire thing in a really nice way, okay? So this is one way that I recommend that you can use AI to help you learn and so forth. The other way, like I recommended before, was things like CodeRabbit. So let's see if that's actually done. Let's go back over, hit a little quick refresh, and we can see on CodeRabbit that if we scroll down, let me just double check something. Let me go ahead and see. So if we go down, you can see that, there we go. Got nice little commit messages where it says potential error critical, rename file to middleware. So in this case, sometimes it can get things a bit mixed up. Obviously, this was a recent change. Okay, so we can just choose to ignore that. That's absolutely fine. But it's kind of cool, right? If it was an actual issue there, in this case, if we go for prompt for AI agents, you can just copy this prompt into your LLM and it'll go and handle that change, right? But in that case, that one, we can resolve it. We're not really bothered by it. The other one is more of a minor issue here. So this one was actually from Sanity's code itself, and it says potential issue, update the import path Sanity image source to use the package's public API. Sanity image type should be imported from Sanity image URL rather than the internal lib type to ensure stability across version upgrades. So pretty good suggestion. In this case, you can go ahead and see what it did. So this is how it effectively got to that decision. And then you can see the actual change itself. So in this case, there wasn't much changes because this was quite a small PR. But you can see right here, you can go ahead and simply go ahead and just copy that, pop it in your LLM, and then you'll be able to submit that fix and then push it in, and then basically go back and forth with this CodeRabbit, with CodeRabbit to be able to get your code a little bit less buggy, right? So I say a little bit less, but it's caught some pretty huge bugs that I'm amazed at how they slip through sometimes, right? So it happens, right? So at the top, I'm going to import our Sanity types. Now, remember, I told you Sanity types is an automatically generated file. So these types are just basically the ones where you see where it's like host by slug with tokens, query result. These ones are typically the actual query. So if we do Command D, you can see that's the actual query, and it's just basically getting the exact type definition from that. So we're using these later on, which is why we have things like this, and we can pull that in. And now we have, for our connected accounts, we have safe types. So as I change anything around the query or the schema, my code will scream at me, which means that the LLM will also know if it's vibe code and that we should be fixing that exact issue, right? So you see how these kind of things stack up, right? I'm trying my best to cover all grounds. It's kind of getting harder to teach because I have to cover a lot more, but it's all good, right? So how do you change the model inside Command K? So if you do Command K inside of your code, you can see here, you can actually just change the different models. So you can add models, you can change it to an auto model. That's the first thing. Command I is down here. And by the way, before you do a big task, I highly recommend you shift tab into plan mode. And then basically you plan the task, and then it will help you build a plan. You go back and forth and establish a plan. LLMs work way better with phased planning, planned approaches as opposed to just gung-ho trying to one-shot the thing, okay? So you really want to do a plan mode first, in my opinion, okay? So, so next up, we want to have prepare a couple of pieces of state locally. So we have our router, we have use transition. Make sure when you import, it's always next navigation. You have your state as well. And then we have the current count is at limit or is at unlimited. This is basically going to be from our user limits, right? So that's how we're determining it. Then we have, when we click the connect button, so let's do the UI first. So down here, I want to have the entire UI bit down here. So again, most of this is presentational. One second, dude, I'll reply to you in a minute. So in this case, we got the main chunk down here. I want to just handle the imports fairly quick. So let me just pull these in at the top. Again, the code is all there, guys. So you don't have to worry about me kind of doing things like that very quickly. We need React icons, number one. So do PM I React icons. And the second one is server actions, which of course we haven't got yet. Okay, so let's look at what it does. Connect to Google accounts. It goes ahead and shows if we're at limit. Unlock more will send us to the pricing page for an upgrade. Otherwise, we handle connect, and that will do the whole OAuth authentication flow. Next up, if we don't have any accounts yet, we should render it a certain way. And then we've got the default for new bookings, and then we've got also set default. Now that one's very important, set default. We're going to have a server action for that. But what does set default mean? It means if I connect 3 calendars and I send my booking link to someone, when they book, what is the default calendar that it gets booked to, right? And then obviously the Google Meet gets generated for that calendar. It sends invites out. And by the way, it handles all of that send invite out flow as well for you, right? So in this case, there you go. And we've also got the handle disconnect. So we need to build those things. And then we've got this nice little how it works a bit at the bottom. So let's add in those little helper functions. So handle connect is simple redirect, right? So in this case, this is window location. We can actually not do that. We should just do router.push, if anything. There may be a reason why I got to this point, but in this case, I'm going to try and do just a router.push. And then we're going to have the handle disconnect, right? So handle disconnect is going to be the following. We set a pending action, the disconnect with the account key. Then we start the transition. Why do I love this hook so much? It just stops us from having to say set loading true. And then at the end, set loading false. A transition basically says that while there is any promise underneath this block or inside this block, there will be a pending state, and that is, or some kind of limbo state, and that's going to have is pending is going to be true while that promise is pending. Otherwise, and you can call this ABC, for example, but that will be true while it's loading, and when it resolves that promise, whether it's success, fail, whatever the case, that becomes false, right? So a transition hook is very good. Then we're going to we await to try and disconnect the Google account. We refresh the router, and then we go ahead and we do the following. Okay, and then we've got the handle set default. Let's do that one as well. And to be fair, we don't actually need to do a router.refresh because Sanity's live content link does it for us. It does it like it just literally invalidates cache really nicely. And set default is the same thing as well, where we just go ahead and set off these 2 server actions. So let's set these server actions up. Server actions are awesome. If you don't know about them, you should know about them. A lot of the time as well, LLMs tend to forget about using them. They tend to build out the entire API flow. Again, another reason why the architecture, if you just know how to code, it makes you a way better coder with LLMs, right? I prefer it with actions because you get type safety, you get a bunch of benefits. But first up, we have the calendar actions. So I've grouped all of these into a single file. I'm going to pop it in, and don't worry, we're not going to just fly through all of this. I'm going to go through and we're going to slowly make sense of the whole thing, okay? So firstly, each one is doing a client fetch under the hood. So these ones are more, they're not going to be using, you can actually try Sanity fetch. I find that, I forgot what it is. I think if it's server only, you can't do a Sanity fetch because there's a listening event. But client.fetch is for when we're on the server only. Versus Sanity fetch, which is when we're on the client and we want to do that real-time kind of upgrade, the real-time sync feature, right? So this is erroring out a bit because we haven't got our type definitions. Now, a couple of things I want to do before we run through this file. We need a write client. Now, what is a write client? Basically, when we set up Sanity, we had a client that was set up for us. So we go to lib client, you'll see we get this client. And that's okay. But the reason why there's a problem with that is because that client can't actually go and write for us. And what does that mean? It means it can't go and write as an admin, right? And our server should be able to write as an admin. So what we do is we effectively take the same file and we basically just go ahead and add in this Sanity API token, right? So if the token is not set, then we should be either throwing it here. We can even throw a code error over here. We're saying if there's no API token, we can throw an error there instead of just warning. But this is quite important. So this Sanity API token now, what we want to do is go over to the Sanity dashboard. So back over here, go to access. No, it's API. Go to tokens, add API token, and then type in, this is actually just our API, and then do edit to token, save. This is a private token. I'm showing you because I'm going to invalidate it, but this is a private token. You should not show this, okay? So once that's down, go back to your code, go to your environment variable, and we need to add that. And what I like to do is do Sanity And then the actual environment variable was that, but the actual API key was Sanity API token. So there you go. Okay, so Sanity API token, save that, hide it, and now you've got a write client. So this one can actually mutate the backend because we've given it that privilege to do so, okay? So step one, we've got our write client, right? Step two, we need to add in more queries for bookings. We already showed you how to do it for the users. It's no different for the querying, for the booking and the meeting types. So in this instance, I'm gonna do pop both of those in so we can pass through those bits. So we've got booking, from Sanity types, we need to generate all these bookings, and we've got the same for meeting types as well. All right, so because I've added a ton of stuff here, hey, we got Tatiana in the house. What's up? There we go. We got meeting types by, these are not found because we haven't ran Sanity type gen, but I added loads of queries, right? So in this case, I'm gonna type in pm type gen, and then now it will go ahead and generate the new types. So it generates the types, and as you can see, like 17 types and 22 grok queries. All right, so that's exactly what I wanted. And now you can see those errors are gone because the Sanity types have been regenerated and we have it, right? Which is awesome. So now basically, again, none of these changes. The only thing that I forgot to mention is when you're doing a grok query, pay attention to this part. So this is called a projection. What does that mean? It means that, for example, some fields like the host is a reference, like how we have in SQL and those sort of things, it's a reference to another type of, let's say it was like in SQL language, it was like a reference to another table. And then we would do a join typically to get more data. In grok, what we do is we basically go ahead and do host, and then we expand the reference. This is called a projection. And then basically you just define what fields you want. So it's actually really easy. You don't have to worry about doing like a join or anything like that. You just go ahead and say, yeah, that's a reference field. So expand it and get the actual host name and the fields underneath it from that table, right? So it's actually really nice once you know how to use grok. And again, if you don't know how to use grok and you kind of want to get really good at it, what's really cool is if you're using something like Cursor, or even if you're using Claude Code and you have a Claude MD file, if we're in Cursor, I'll show you how to do it. But go to the top level, type in a .cursor file, and then you can actually have these rules. Now I've got a bunch of rules that I gave in here, and you can basically, I've got agents.mdc, Sanity app type gen. When this one is really cool because it basically tells you how to use type gen with the app SDK. Shadcn has one as well. There's a bunch of them. And why this is good is because when you're going ahead and talking with your LLM, you can reference these rules, or they will kick in automatically if the conversation correlates. So you can either apply it to every conversation, or you can apply intelligently, for example. And those give the LLM more context. But in my experience, if it's too big, it will randomly forget little bits of detail, but it's still better than not having it in the first place. So that's my 2 cents with that, right? Again, how you can be a better vibe coder if you're going to go that route, right? So in this case, back to the actions, because now we've added in our queries that were missing. Let's go back over to our lib actions. Not this one, it was our top level lib actions calendar. And then here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different actions that I need to create. But let's run through these ones quickly. So we've got some host actions. So did you write the MDCs yourself? Not all of them. No. I got those from the Sanity website. So you can get them very easily, by the way. You can go to Sanity and just type in Sanity.io, cursor rules. And most websites, if you do that, they will have a rules file. So in this case, they've got agent rules and they've got an agents MD to your project root. Again, helps you out. So that's going to be pretty good. So you use agents MD to refactor schema files imported into index. So things like that are pretty good examples of how you can use it as well. And yeah, so just a rule of thumb when you're using this stuff, go and type in whatever platform it is, cursor rules or Claude Code rules. Or if you don't have that, you can create your own MD files and basically write things out. But in my opinion, stay under 200 lines. Typically, it's the best that I found performance-wise, right? So we've got a couple of host actions, and as you can see, the patterns are pretty simple, right? They're going to go ahead and do a fetch. And again, this is going to be casted now, so we can safely run with that. Get Google busy times. This one is more interesting. Actually, this one is, it's going to fetch calendar events from Google's API, which we haven't built yet. And then afterwards, it will return all of the events that are inside the Google Calendar. Disconnect Google Calendar as well. This one is going to go ahead and go into the connecting. This is on Sanity's manipulation side, but we have a server action where we basically can revoke the Google token. We can remove the account from Sanity's side, and also we remove the accounts from the user's connected account list. Same for set default calendar, a bunch of stuff here, right? So these are all basically changing on the Sanity side of things. But the main one that I want to focus you on is even this one. So if like an event was canceled, we're doing right now in this build something is known as a lazy delete. So if you go onto the page, it will trigger the query and it will check Google Calendar as the source of truth. So let's say, for example, I booked a meeting with Jay canceled the meeting, or I canceled the meeting. At that moment, if I cancel it, it's easy because it will be sequential. It'll be when I cancel it, it'll delete from Sanity. Otherwise, if Jay canceled it, the second I went onto the page and I checked on which meeting I have next, it would have already been updated on Google, by the way, that's immediate. But it would have gone ahead and done it in a way where when we go on the page, Sanity will then run a cleanup and cancel and delete the booking from Sanity side. So that's like a lean way of doing it, if you want to call it, but you can kind of, mix it up and do it yourself however you want. But that's one way I did it. And here you have, look, calendar events.delete. So we need to create all of these Google Calendar interactions. Okay. Same with booking attendee status as well. And same for heading down here. So this, and get active booking IDs. So I'm not going to drive too much into it, but this is effectively all of our logic for how we're doing that. Okay, so you can feel free to literally take your time through this one. I'm more interested in showing you the Google Calendar lib. That one's quite interesting instead, right? So let's jump into that one. So we've got Google Calendars lib. So not in the actions, but here, Google Calendar.ts. Now, this is quite in-depth, okay? So firstly, we need the Google APIs NPM module. So npm Google APIs, okay? Let's go ahead and do that. Pull that down. Now, step one, we create an OAuth 2 client, right? So we return a new Google Auth OAuth 2. This has a Google client ID, a Google client secret, and a Google redirect URI. So we need to add those things. We don't have them yet. Secondly, we need to generate an OAuth URL when we're trying to connect a Google account. What does that mean? Well, basically, whenever you connect to something like Google, you might have been on a site before and you're like, let me add my calendar to this site. And then it will say, it's asking to add and manipulate your calendar, view your calendar, These are called scopes. So what we're doing is we're requesting different scopes. We have to set this up on Google Cloud, which we will. And then we basically are going to generate that link to send to the user. So they go to that link and then they basically go ahead and approve. Okay. And then we have a few things that are required for tokens. So we need tokens to be able to interact with the API. So these are going to help us get those tokens and so forth. The same for get Google's user info. In this case, we create an auth client, we give the access token, and then we can get the user's information like so. And that allows us to get things like the profile picture and all that. Remember, this is separate to our clerk or a login. So your clerk login gets you into your main account, and then you can connect several, even if it was the same calendar, into the platform. So that's how the model is, a SaaS model, right? So, and then the get calendar client is pretty interesting. We set our credentials for the client. And this one is very powerful because this basically gives us the client, which can interact as the user. So in this case, the access token will be from the user. The refresh token will be from the user. So they can basically do actions on behalf of the user. And then we're basically going to go ahead and update the tokens in Sanity. So that way we can go ahead and when we're in a logged in state, we can do actions on behalf of the user because we have access to the access token and the refresh tokens. Okay. So that's a whole OAuth 2 flow, right? Same for this. We've got some more token management, and then we've got lots of different, we've got some types. Fetch calendar events is the main one. We tap into calendar events.list, and this will give us all of the different list of events that are primary. And then basically we can skip all of the all day events. So what you'll find is we can't really do much with an all-day event. I can't block out the whole day. I don't want to block out the whole day. That's kind of annoying. So we basically skip those. And then we've got a couple of helper functions like revoking tokens. Attendee status is a very important one. We use this as our source of truth. So we basically are saying if anyone is declined, it's going to be the booking is basically done. Otherwise it's going to be unknown. Otherwise, and only unless both are approved, it'll be good. Okay. So the logic is basically broken down into that is in a short flow is basically what I've built here. Okay. So with that in mind, let's go and set this up. So we need to go and do all of that now. I want to go to Google Cloud. So head over to Google Cloud. Oh God, that's horrible. Just type in Google Cloud. Oh, come on. Google, yeah, Google Cloud. Yeah, there we go. David goes, Sunny saying, I'm watching you from Ghana. I've been following all of your tutorials, and with a few tweaks, I'm building a complete competitive portfolio for myself and for my client. Good job. I love that, dude, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Right, so I want to go to our Google APIs. Sorry, Google APIs. Google APIs Explorer. I always forget the exact link. They move things around a bit. If we go to, no, it's not here. APIs Explorer, is it? No. Where is it? Google Cloud APIs. Here we are. And then I think, is it the console? Yeah, it's the console.cloud. Yeah, console.cloud.google.com. There we go. And then what I want you to do is go to the top left and create a new project. Now, in this new project field, we're going to call it whatever we want. In this case, we're going to call ours I always forget the name of what we built. Calvero, right? So Calvero SaaS, right? Organization, you can change whatever. In this case, we're going to create. That'll take a moment. So in this case, we're viewing the scheduling app, but we want this one. So give that a second, and then we need to start creating and enabling the APIs that we want. Okay, so Calvero SaaS, oops, it was there. Calvero SaaS, click into it. And now we need to enable the APIs. So go to APIs and services at the bottom, and then, or you can just search for it, to be honest. But we need two. We need the calendar. So in this case, let's go to filter and let's type in calendar. Oh, is it calendar or, oh God, I've forgotten. Meet, was it? No, okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look which one it was I enabled. It was in the scheduling app. I enabled library. Let's see what I done here. It was this one. Credentials. Maybe I did it straight in credentials. Yeah, okay, it was. So in this case, we didn't enable it. We just went to Calvero, go to Calvero straight, go to credentials. We need to create an OAuth. So create credentials, OAuth client ID, and then let's fill this up. So in the beginning, we need to go and do configure consent screen. Google OAuth plan not configured yet. Get started. App name. Let's do Calvero. Let's just do, for example, in library search APIs. Yeah, you can, but I don't think, trust me, I don't think we need to do that yet. I think we'll do that afterwards, but sunny.sanger@gmail.com is fine. Next. And now we want to do external, available for any test user with a Google account. Your account starts in testing mode. So while we're testing this out, we add in approved emails. So if you've got 2 emails, it's great for this because then you don't have to do the Google approval flow. But when you're ready to go to production, you need to just fill out the go to prod basically button. And then they'll help you do that, right? So contact email addresses, this should do sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Next. And then finish, continue, create, okay? Now, once that's done, let that do its thing. And then you want to go to clients, I think it was it here? I'm a bit lost now. I think it was scheduling SaaS. That's the only reason why I don't like these things sometimes. They get a bit huge. Yeah, so clients, create client. And now we want to do a web application. And this one is going to be called Calvero SaaS, basically. Domains via URI should be automatically added by your auth consent screen as authorized domains. But here is the one that we needed to configure. So authorized redirect URI was actually, I have my notes and I wrote this down, build. This one was actually, let me just double check where it was. So it was for authorized redirect URIs. It was here. So yeah, it was HTTP. And again, once you deploy to production, you would have to put your domain one here as well, okay? Otherwise, it won't work. So localhost 3000. In this case, I'm on 3001, but I'll cut the other app after. We can add both. It's fine. 3000 /API /calendar /callback. We don't have this API route yet. Okay, so we're going to build this out. So let's copy that out. We're going to add another one, 3001. Okay, and then we're going to create. And then this is good. So in this case, we've got the client ID and the client secret. So client ID, copy that. Let's go back over to our app. And again, these are all secret stuff. You should not be showing these. I'm showing you because it's a demo. I'm going to invalidate everything. But what we want to do is we're going to have a Google section, and we're going to have a Google client ID equals the client ID. And then we're going to have Google client secret, which is going to be that bottom one that we see over there. Right. So this one right here. And then the final one is Google redirect URI. Okay. So in this case, I'm on localhost 3001. So I'm going to be doing it to that because I'm trying to demo at the same time. So I'm going to keep it as that. Right. Here's React 101 course. Yeah, you guys can feel free to check it out, by the way. That'd be awesome. Just send over the links, guys, to him. But yeah, the community is so cool, honestly. So at this point, hit save on that. We're good on that side. Let's go back over here. I did want to check. There was one more thing where I needed to enable our scopes. So I screwed up one thing. So on the scopes page, data access. No, I didn't. Yeah. So Calvero, here we are, data access. And this is where we add or remove our scopes. So here, I made this mistake in the beginning, but you basically, you want to type in calendar, for example, or no, you want to type in auth /calendar. Calendar, what the hell? Calendar. Okay. We can find it. Anyway, let's do page 400. Let's do Google. Cloud storage. Okay, so maybe I need to enable it then, yeah. So let's go to our Google Calendar API. Yep, go to the marketplace. Let's enable it. So enable the Google Calendar API. And you would have to set up your billing and everything else like that. That is just a must, guys. If you're going to build an app like to production, you need to do that. Okay. Now that's enabled. So head back over to our credentials. Go back over to Calvero. Go back over to data access. And now add or remove scopes. And now we should have calendar. So yeah, here we are. Calendar. Right. So there's a couple we need now. We need read only for calendar. Dot read only. So we need this one. We need calendar.events. Events. And you've got a couple here. You've got free, busy, owned, on, blah, blah, blah. We want all of them. And then you've got user info. Okay. So user info dot email, and I want dot profile. Okay. So in this case, you've ticked on the right ones you want. There are 4 that we need. And then I want you to go down to click on update. Don't forget. And then you've got non-sensitive and we've got sensitive scopes. We click on save. Okay. And then the next step is we've already added the Google APIs. I want you to go to verification center. And then you see, this is where you have to basically go ahead and set it to a published app. But first up, I want you to go to, so this is where you would go to switch it from published, so that production. Right now we're on testing, but while we're on testing, we should add in test users. This is how I'm testing my own app. So you add in your own emails basically, or your friend's email who you want to test with on your app before you go to prod. So in this case, Sunny, that's one of them, papareact.team@gmail.com. And then we can do team@papareact.com as well. All right, hit save. And then we're golden. We've got those 3. Cool. And then you can publish the app, obviously, when you're ready. We're not going to do that today. We're just going to keep it there, but I've shown you how to do it. So cool. Now at that point, go back over to the account and we should trigger off. No, so we're not fully done yet. We needed the callback. So we needed, remember I said there was a redirect callback. So what we're doing now is we're effectively using that Google APIs library we're passing in all of the things like the redirect URI, this ID and the secret. We've enabled the APIs. We get the scopes. And this right here, generate auth URL, happens when we click on connect account, right? So this is what's getting triggered off. So it takes us to a screen, but then we need to send the user back to the redirect URI. And the redirect URI is going to be the one that lives on our app. And that is an API endpoint. That has to be an API endpoint. Okay. So what you want to do is go into your app and go into API. And this is outside of the grouped app folder. So it's the top level folder structure, right? We've got API and we've got calendar. So we've got calendar, and then we've got two files inside of there. We've got callback, and as well, we've got connect. Okay. So in callback, we have a pretty big thing, and same with connect. So connect is easier. Let's do connect first. So in connect, we've got this one right here. We basically get the user's ID from clerk. If there's no user ID, we redirect again. You can also add that to the protected routes if you wanted to. If someone's not authenticated, they will not be able to access that. And then we can also add in, this is actually just more of a good practice. And I actually didn't know this until GPT pointed out. Claude Opus pointed out. But it's basically just including like a base64 string that we pass along, and then that's how we prevent these attacks on the back end. You can check this out if you want. The point is that we run our special Google Auth URL function, and then we redirect the user to that URL. So this is the one that we're trying to do effectively, right? We generate that special URL, which we enabled all the APIs for, and that's what we're going to be doing. Now, callback is, I don't think we actually even, did we use this, or did we just straight up do it? I don't know if we actually ended up using connect, but either way, we might. Yeah, so callback is a bit bigger. So this is once we've approved on Google's side, we should send the user back to this place. And obviously that is a page essentially. So it's going to be a get endpoint. And then here, basically the request comes in, we get the following, the code, state, and error, and then we get the search params that are attached to it. Now, what we do is we handle OAuth errors, and we basically redirect to the settings page with those, remember those errors that we talked about? If those things are, the case, right? So in this case, if you're not authenticated, we're just basically error handling at the top. Then we verify that kind of base64 encoded string that I showed us earlier. And then we're basically going to check, was that, the reason why we did that, so in case you're wondering, is because if we generated it like 10 minutes ago, I think it expires after 5 minutes, right? So in this case, that's why our logic here was for. So you don't want it to be like an old link that someone can just go and approve scopes for. You want that to expire, those links to expire, because that way, if someone just got hold of your link, they can get access to your calendar now, which is not secure, right? So if that's the case, we should handle all of these redirects to the error states and so forth. Otherwise, we exchange for tokens. So here we get the user's, the code that comes back and the request, and we basically pass it to this exchange for tokens. And basically what this does is it uses the OAuth client, gets the token, we pass it in, and it will give us back a unique token for that user, which is super important, right? Now from that, we can get the Google user info, which I showed you earlier, a little helper function. And then we basically are going to fetch the user's connected accounts. If the user doesn't exist at this point, we're going to create them inside of Sanity. So this is where the first sync happens, right? And we also do this at another point in case the user doesn't exist. But this is where we're manually syncing to be a bit more efficient, yeah? So if the user wasn't in Sanity, now is the point where they would have got added into Sanity, okay? So that's where we basically create the user. And then we check if the Google account was already connected or not. If it was an existing account, we simply update the existing account token, right? So that way we refresh the access to refresh the expiry, because otherwise you would have refreshed it on their side and then you haven't refreshed it in Sanity. It's a problem. And then we send it back, account updated. Otherwise, if it's the first time you're connecting that account, we go to the user's ID and we say if it's missing the connected account to an empty array. Otherwise, we just append to it. And then we basically go ahead and append the following. So the account ID, the email, the provider is Google, access, refresh, expiry date, the tokens and so forth, and the time and date we connect to that, and then we commit, okay? And then we redirect saying, yep, successfully connected. And with those tokens now, we can now interact with the Google APIs the way we want to. So this is all of the setup to get to the point that we're trying to get to. So you see, it's quite a little bit to get to that, right? So in this case now we've got the account manager there. So let's give it a try. So if we click on connect account, we should get redirected to Google if we did it right. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah. And then let's go into sunny.sang@gmail.com. And it should ask, so there you go, you've been given to this app that's currently being tested. So I add it as a test user. Click on continue. And then look, Sunny will get these are the public scope information, and then it will ask me for sensitive scope. So in this case, Carvera wants access. And this is where you can view and edit events on your calendar, see and download any calendar that you access. So obviously this is where you want to be, making sure you're asking only for what you need, right? And then we go to continue. Then I do its magic. And then we should, you see, we've gone back and then it successfully went to success account created, right? And now you can see, boom, we have the connected account. This is awesome, right? And the disconnect account does the opposite, basically, right? And as you can see here, it says unlock more. How have we done that? How did we do that? Because we haven't set up gating and all of that stuff. Like, how did that happen? So this is the beautiful thing about clerk billing, right? So with clerk billing, or actually we just done the plan limit there. We made sure that this user was on a free plan because we couldn't find any other like a different plan based on like the methods we have in helper functions we created earlier. So we said, have they hit the capacity? Remember, we had it as a constant. If you're on a free plan, it's 1, right? And if it couldn't detect a pro or start because we haven't set that up yet, then fine, default to a free plan. So this guy is on a free plan, so he's already hit his free limit. Now if he tries to click it, it will just go to the pricing page. So it makes sense now that we set up the pricing page. Okay, so we're going to go back to app. We're going to do inside of /app, and then actually no, pricing is going to be a global page. Yeah, so it's not going to be inside the app. It's going to be at the top level. So we're going to have a /pricing page, and then here we're going to have a page.tsx because any user who's not logged in, we also want to go there, right? So now the pricing page is pretty easy, to be fair. It's just the following. So we have the plans. You can pop these out into different consts if you want, which I would recommend, and then have these consistent with the backend. That's the ultimate way to be doing this. I was a bit lazy, to be honest. We have free, starter, and pro with the different features. And then we have the feature labels, and then we have some landing header, which is obviously we've done that before. Simple, transparent pricing, and we've got the nice little table that shows the different feature sets. The main thing, however, is this. So if I was to get rid of the appearance part just for a moment, you can see this code in itself is all we need to render the pricing table. You don't even need the fallback if you don't want it, right? So, but the styling options is basically here for you to see. So if you do want to style it, I've figured out how to basically go inside and you can go ahead and just tweak it to make it look a bit nicer, right? So there's a few things that you can do there. So what we want to do is we're happy with that, but this will fail because it will say, you haven't enabled clerk billing on your account. So we need to go to clerk now, go to configure, and we need to set up each of the 3 billing settings. So go to billing, and what I want you to do now is I want you to enable billing and click on save, and then let it reload the page. And now you can see, hey, we got this. But this is what I really love about clerk billing. You can actually go and easily use the clerk payment gateway, right? So normally when you're building out an app, you have to have a Stripe account, you have to set it all up, you have to have the sandbox, you have to set up the webhooks, all of that stuff. Now you don't with clerk billing. You just use their clerk payment gateway. When you're ready to go prod, you connect your Stripe account and they will connect all of that stuff up for you. But for now, the clerk payment gateway, so anyone who can't access clerk in your Stripe in your country, wherever you are in the world, this is a really good option for you because you can just use clerk payment gateway and use this as a really awesome demo app on your portfolio, right? So go to subscription plans next, and we've already got the free plan. We're going to create 2 more plans. We're going to have a pro and a starter plan. So that we can say let's just call the first one actually starter. And the key is the interesting part. This has to be matching with the constant inside of our code. And this way, the starting plan for all, the starter plan for most, I'll just say, yeah. And then we can set a price point. So I think I did like $6.99 or something like that. What was the pricing? What was the pricing I did? Let's see. I think I've done it over here. So we didn't actually say the price. So you can change it. Okay, so let's just say, for example, it was $6.99. And then if you did do, $6.99. And then if you did do an annual, the $6.99 would go down to like, let's say $4.99. So it will charge you annually though. So it'll build as $60 basically a year. and then you can give a free trial just for that one. So what I like to do sometimes is I don't give a free trial for the mid one, and I'm going to make that publicly available. You can also add features here which list in the pricing table component, right? So this is a really nice way to do it instead of having the separate pricing table. I've been a bit lazy again today, but it's because there's so much more in the build I want to focus on. So let's put the starter done, and then we're going to have another one for the pro. Okay, so pro, the ultimate plan. Let's just say the ultimate plan. Let's say $19.99 for them. We can say for this, it's going to drop down to $15.99, but billed annually, it's nearly $200. And this one, I'll give a free trial for, let's say, 7 days, right? And then publicly available, yes, save, right? So you can map by feature. You can actually gate by features here, which is really nice as well, which I'd recommend if you were to build it out for prod yourself, okay? So now that that's done, now the pricing table will render. So we go back to our app, we go ahead and hit save. You can see the pricing table cannot be rendered while billing is disabled, but now if I hit a refresh, boom, we have it, okay? So I want to click on subscribe, and you can see because I've got a Z of 50 for the landing header, this is blocking me here, right? So you can do a little hack around that I found before. I've done it many times in the globals.css file, but we noticed in the beginning that actually caused another issue. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm just going to make it, it's a bit tweaky, but I'm basically going to go ahead and add in a little check here to see if we're on the pricing page, don't apply a Z of 50. Okay. So you could code this yourself, or super easily, I could just go ahead and go into my LLM. And I could say if on pricing page, don't apply Z of 50, right? And then basically my LLM will kick in, do its thing. So let's have a look what it does. I'm just showing you options, right? So in this case, you can use path name. If you did want to go that route, you could do use path name again. Know that that converts it to a client component, right? Is it the end of the world? Not really. No, it doesn't really matter that much. In this example, there's not much benefit that we're getting, to be honest. But there you go. You can do it that way. Or you can just simply do the params itself so you can know what the URL is. But in this case, let's just assume that's all good, yeah? So now we go back and let's see ourselves. So we click on subscribe, and as you can see, now it's over the top on the pricing page. So little easy fix kind of, approach. Would I recommend, sometimes I'm just saying most of you will get stuck on so many small things. Sometimes if I'm honest, just fix and move forward and release, right? That's what you should be focusing on instead of hyper optimizing the ultimate way to get one thing over the top. Just fix it, go to market, release, and get users on your app. That is what you should be focusing on more than anything. So yeah, do check out that, right? So in this case, you can pay with your cards, but the test card is what I'm going to do today. So let's go ahead and subscribe to the starter plan so we can test it out and step gradually. You can also do build annually or build monthly. Let's do, for example, monthly, right? So we can see that charge today $6.99, pay with test card. Okay. Boom, and their payment was successful, and then that's cool. And now you can see that on the, oh, interesting. Why is that showing here? We've got the pricing card. That's weird. Why is that there? Let's see, pricing card. Landing header. Cover or pricing? Okay, so, pricing, this landing header, where am I rendering this landing header? We are rendering it in the page and the pricing, and we're in the /app. So why is that showing there? That doesn't make any sense. I haven't got it. Oh, sorry. Landing header, cover pricing. Okay, so why is the layout one is showing that shouldn't be showing? That's correct. The layout one beneath it is what we shouldn't be seeing. So that's happening because we have layout here, app header. But that's strange because we're on the home page, so we shouldn't be seeing that. Okay, that was a bit glitchy, to be fair, yeah. That shouldn't happen. That's a bit of a dev bug. Oh no, there you go. What's the hell? So why is it there? So it's finding it, but the layout.tsx is being applied here. App header, unless I'm rendering app header elsewhere, which I'm not. I'm rendering it only here. So interestingly enough, you put the root under app. No, but the layout is here, but pricing is on the top, but that's fine. But pricing is good. we want pricing at the top. We want pricing at the top. We do, because we only want pricing to have this layout. And then this has landing header. This is bugging out. This is not correct. This is not the fact that the code is actually correct. I don't know what's going on here. Let's cut the terminal, this pm dev, unless someone can call me out. Let's have a look. So page.tsx. No, but it would apply to this one, page.tsx. This is getting rendered. This page is getting rendered here, where we don't have we have the landing header, yes, but we don't have. Okay, the page.tsx under app should be under the root folder app. No, I know what you're saying, guys, but we don't want the app header in the rest of the app. We only want the app header. So right now, this is for the root. It is under the root. Yeah, this is under the root. Yeah. No, under the root folder app. No, but I don't want it there, because if we have it there, then it's going to be inside the rest of the entire app. Oh, no. No, that's right. So in pricing, sorry guys, my brain is confused, and I know this is not as hard. Okay, so wait, the homepage is there. Oh, okay, I've screwed up, I think. I don't want app header on the homepage. Okay, so I don't want this here. I want it in availability, and I want it underneath it. So technically, this needs to be inside of. This needs to be at the root level. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, thank you, Marvin. You the man. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why. It just took me a minute to get there, but you're 100% right. Page.tsx should be at the root level. Thank you, dude. God, that was driving me crazy. I was like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, live streams. It gets me sometimes. But there we go. We got the Calvero. Now we got the app header. There you go. Nice. Good. That's how I know you guys are focusing. Wow. Okay. So availability page. Let's do that next. So page availability. No, settings is where we're at. So settings. Let's connect a second account, because I've upgraded the account. We can do that now. Let's do pop-react.team. Let's do continue, and then we need to approve the scopes. So let's go ahead and do that. Approve, select all, continue, and then we can see. Nice. And then we go, and then as you can see, we can set different defaults to see if that works. So there you go, set different default. So I'll set that one as the default, and let's go ahead and disconnect. Oh, okay, that's a little bit of a, oh no, okay, there's a bug there. I'll fix that one. But either way, right now they're both default. That's wrong. Let's disconnect this one. And then we've only got one anyway. All right, so I'll fix that afterwards, and then I'll push it to the repo. All right, but manage subscription now takes us here, which is awesome. And then if you do want to manage your account, you can simply go to your manage account settings, and you can go ahead and just do, if you go here, sorry, subscription, switch plans. So this is a nice thing as well about clerk billing. All of that, I don't have to do much, right? So the SaaS element is done. If we go to availability now we can pull in the user's availability like we needed. So quite a bit of work to get there, but we're there, right? So in this case, let's do availability. And we're doing well for time, 2 hours. I think we're gonna hit 4 or 5. But we're going strong for energy, we're good, all right? Availability page, so. Now it's actually quite easy, because we've done a lot of the heavy lifting, right? It's more a case of we just need to go and actually just fetch the information. So step one, we're going to go and get the date. So we've got start of week. This is actually all from datefn's library, because we're on the server. We can use datefn's library. It's quite a handy library if you don't know what it is. PMPMI, it's got a load of downloads every week. It's basically for handling date stuff. So start of weeks, add date. So we're saying fetch availability and Google Busy Times in parallel. And we're basically just going forward 8 weeks and getting those eight weeks, right? You can really change it up. You can just get all of the users availability. I think that's better. I changed it a few times, and then I guess, to be honest, that was the LLM adding it back in, which is annoying. But Sanity Fetch is what we want because we want it to be live. Okay, let me actually just pop in all of my imports so we can save a bit of time, right? So we need to create a bunch of components and stuff, but we have our 3 fetches happening in parallel. We're fetching the user with availability, which is give back all their availability slots, the upcoming bookings, and we're getting the Google busy times. These are the 3 pieces of information we need to get the logic right for how to determine if a user is available, right? So what's their availability, what bookings do they have, and what is on their Google Calendar, right? So those 3 things. And then we have the availability and active bookings. So what we do is we go ahead and we pop this like so. Process bookings with the Google Calendar statuses. And what is this doing is we'll create this lib file afterwards, but it's basically going ahead and fetching from Google the status of which booking is active or not, okay? Then what we're doing is we're transforming to a booked block event. And the reason why we need to do this is because we are going to go ahead and I need to create all of these queries, by the way, guys. So these are correct. This one is freaking out. Why exactly? Implicit any type. We need to do a type gen afterwards. And there's a couple of things I need to do. But this is going to be for when we render it on the calendar. Okay. So these time block formats. Same here as well. Initial blocks. We'll show the full availability as stored in Sanity, but we show the so the reason why I did it this way, you can choose to build it however you want, by the way. I done it so that you can see everything on the calendar and then you can still drag your availability because it's more useful to me if I was to use it in that way. But again, you can tweak it however you want, right? Then the next one is we have overlap bookings. Is overlapping. Filter out busy times that overlap with our bookings to avoid duplication. Okay. So we have a little helper function and then we transform those blocks into the correct format as well. So these blocks are important because these are going to be what we effectively pass through to our availability calendar to render out what we see is that beautiful calendar. Okay. So next up, we render out the main block. So go ahead and pop this in like so, right? And again, I've used main here, which is actually incorrect. It should just be a div because we've actually got the main surrounding the entire app. Okay, so a few things. Refresh button is gonna, every time we press it, it's gonna go to Google, refresh the statuses because that's our source of truth, right? I haven't made it real time with the statuses. I've done it as a click refresh and you get it. The share link dialog will trigger the dialog flow. So it will go ahead and pop up the share your link to, you know, whoever you want to get a booking with. And then we have availability calendar, which renders out the beautiful calendar. That's the biggest part, okay? So first up, let's go through these. Process booking with statuses, lib booking utils, right? So we need to add our lib booking utils. So lib, I need to add my booking utils. So lib booking utils. This is like a pretty big file. I'll show you what's going on in here. Booking utils. So we have shared utility booking functions. So we've got a couple of imports at the top. The main thing is the type. So in this case, we've got this booking with Google event, and we basically are picking one of these 2 and or one of these, right? So it's like of any of these 5, it could be this, right? Then we have the process booking, and this is called a template, right? It's used for when we pass in different types of things. So shared processing function. This one is basically where we fetch attendance statuses and we filter out the cancelled bookings, right? So it's handy because obviously we don't want to show the cancelled bookings, right? So even if it was on the calendar, we don't want to show it on our app. So this is effectively what we're doing. We basically take the booking, we filter out, right? And active bookings, we basically get them and then we return status and the active bookings themselves. Okay, so now we have our booking utils, the availability calendar we will build, the share link dialog we will build, the refresh button we should probably build now while because it's quite an easy thing actually. The refresh button we'll just get out of the way. So go to our components and I put it in the UI, interestingly. Refresh button shouldn't actually be in the UI, but I'll put it there for now. UI I typically leave for Shadcn, but in this case I'm going to keep it consistent with what you guys have on the code base. So this refresh button is simple. It starts to transition, it just router refreshes, right? And the reason why I'm doing a router refresh is because then it triggers off this entire Sanity fetch flow again, right? So you can do that. You can also go ahead and make it more efficient by making it trigger the Google fetch itself, so it doesn't trigger everything off. That's better efficiency wise. if you're asking me truthfully. But it's up to you how you want to do it, right? And then we got calendar types. So calendar types is going to be a component. So inside of components, we have a big one called calendar. And then in here, we're going to have types.ts, types.ts. And this calendar file is going to be, the reason why I've made it as a calendar file is there's a lot of stuff going on in that calendar file. So I'm kind of like hiding a lot of the abstraction in there. Basically, that's going to help us out a lot. So we have what is represented by a time block, what is a busy block, we have attendee status, what is a booked block, a calendar event, what is basically you can read it for yourself, but effectively this is how we're going to be manipulating with things on that calendar. And we've designed our logic around these types. So these types allow us, whether if I'm coding to do it safely, or if my LLM starts racing building features for me, it knows if one of these screams that it probably should be careful and fix whatever it messed up with, right? So this is how I implement guardrails effectively, just by adding types, right? Types is enough sometimes if you know what you're doing, okay? So we have the components, calendar is the next one, and then share link dialog. Share link dialog we could do before the calendar even. No, let's do the share link after. I want to do the calendar first. The calendar is fun, right? So availability calendar. So let's go ahead and availability calendar. Right. So I'm not a fan of this pattern, but I'll show you an example of it. It's called barrel exporting. Okay. But barrel exporting is effectively, if we go to our components, our calendar, and index.ts, this is where inside of here, I'm going to have loads of folders. And instead of whenever I import, going ahead and saying from this folder, this folder, this folder, as in like / this, / this, / this, I can just say / calendar and pull everything in from / calendar, because even if they have nested folders inside, like they have here, we're basically doing like an import from that folder approach. Does it affect tree shaking? It does. Is it the end of the world? No. But yeah, you can see for yourself, right? So firstly, we've got a couple of lib files that I'm going to need. One, the constants. Because this is what I call the calendar config. So whenever you're dragging and dropping on that calendar, steps of 15, and we're going to say time slots 4, right? The 4 is basically representative of this bit. Where is it? Let's go back to the actual app. Availability. So you'll see if we go into the calendar itself, look, steps of 4. And each one has a booking of 4. So you see that 1, 2, 3, 4 steps of 4. Full hour is basically, we're saying from literally the start of day to a minute before midnight is our booking range. The days of the week that we support, calendar event colors, and a few other constants. Okay. Then we have our formats. So these are just helpers: format time range, format calendar, display formats, and also the UI messages, show more, and so forth. Right. So if we have loads of events on one day, I want it to basically just truncate it by saying show more. Okay. And then we have a localizer, which is handy for if anyone's in America. I didn't know this, to be fair, but US, Canada, and Japan, you guys start your week, I guess, view on Sunday. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But we in the rest of the world see it as Monday to Friday, and then we see Saturday and Sunday at the end of our calendar view. I don't know. I'm curious. Which one is actually true? Okay. So this is basically that, right? And then we have a localizer, which is helping us figure out, I'll come to this afterwards, but this is where we effectively make it so when you go to the booking page, you're seeing your local time. Okay. And then we have the actual components, and we also have a hook. So we're going to add the hook first. So hooks, use calendar events. So this one, pretty big file. I'm not going to jump too much into this, so you can feel free to look at this yourself, but I'll jump through it relatively quickly. And the way I'll show you how to navigate this is you can simply do, like I said before, you hover over a snippet of code and you can ask it to explain it, Command K, and you can ask to explain, Option, Enter, and it will explain that block. But effectively, this is all of the logic around the interactions here. So this is my custom hooks that we've created. Blocks, overlap, or touch, right? This is a detector helper function. So what does that mean? Well, if I've got two blocks and then suddenly they detect they overlap or touch, then that becomes true. And then I have a merge function that happens afterwards. So you see, if that happens, if blocks overlap or touch, then we merge the overlapping blocks. So that's effectively what's happening That's how I'm able to do it. Copy time to date is effectively the copy approach, right? And then we have blocks are equal. So, if things are equal and so forth, use calendar events as well. The blocks are equal is important because we might have a booking and so I'm also checking if a calendar event pops up and the same as a booking, we should render a booking, not the calendar event. Otherwise, you always have doubles. If you have a Sanity booking and you have the calendar event, so we need a way to detect if the blocks are equal. And if they are equal, we do that in the context of checking booking versus Gmail calendar. Because when you create a Google Meet or a Google event on your calendar, it will come up and then our system will also have it in our Sanity bookings and then it'll be a double and we don't want to show both. Right? Use calendar events is going to basically be syncing with Sanity's live updates. So this is how we can add, update, remove, handle, select, handle event drops, resize, and so forth. But this is all handling these. So effectively, like it's just handling like this, for example. So if I was to go ahead and do this, I can drag and drop it, move it around, and so forth. And then copy day to week is what I showed you earlier, the copy function. Clear week removes everything from the events. Discard changes, sets the events. So this whole flow is part of this hook, right? And saved as well. And then we basically export all of these hook functions, right? And then we keep the state here. So these are the state that we basically have mostly. So if you see, this is the part of the start of the hook, use calendar events. This is where we keep track of the states. And if we have the previous state and the saved blocks. Now, the reason why this is so handy is because think about it. When you're interacting with your calendar, you might want to make tons of changes, and then you have to think about it. Is that really what I wanted? Maybe it's not. Maybe I want that over there. Then I want to save. But if say I screwed up all the whole calendar, I want to discard and go back to what I was in the beginning before the last saved state. So now if I go ahead and do a bunch of stuff and I'm like, yes, that's what I want, then I can go ahead and initiate a save. It will save the changes and then we're good. So it depends on what flow you want to do. That's the way I recommend, right? So now we have the use calendar events, and then we have the actual calendars themselves, the availability calendar, the calendar toolbar, and the copy day popover. So this is the availability calendar. The calendar toolbar is this top one over here. So you got the back, forward, day, month, and so forth. Even this, I've changed the logic. So when we click on a day, it will take us to that actual week view. So if I click on that, it takes us to the week view. That's not the default behavior. I have to add that. And the copy day popover is from Shadcn, where basically if you click it, this popover comes and we have this nice kind of interactive element, right? That we've fixed now with the new change I did with the pricing thing. So we've actually don't have that issue anymore in R1. So let's go ahead and add in. Firstly, the copy day popover is the easiest one. Let's get a quick win. So we're going to have a components folder inside of our calendar. So components. We're going to have copy day popover. So that little popover that happened right there was this, right? So we have a checkbox, label, select, and popover. And what I'm going to do for simplicity is I'm going to generate on my main code that I'm doing everything from, create a little install. So I'm going to say Shadcn install. So give me a Shadcn install command for all the components Shadcn in this code base. So I'm trying to basically get a command so I don't have to keep installing each individual one from the actual code base. So give me a sec and I'll give you that. So we have this command. So basically it saves me a bit of time on the live stream. So what we can do is we can install a bunch of these in one go. So I'm going to paste in the command and you can pause the screen right now and you can see for yourself. But again, if you get the GitHub repo code, you'll have access to all these. So PNPM, DLX, Shadcn, latest, add button, calendar, card, checkbox, dialog, input, label, popover, select, tab, text area, so forth. Yeah. So we're going to do that. And that's going to basically install all of them into our app. And then let that do its thing. And that's cool. Okay. So we can now go ahead and hit save and it goes away. We've got on copy, which is basically when you click that, what happens. So wherever we render this, we pass in on copy, which is likely linked to the above state, which is our custom hook that I just showed you. And then we have the popover itself with the triggers. And then essentially what happens when you click on copy. So handle copy. So right now, this is a dumb component. It just takes the on copy that we pass to it, right? So eventually when we use that, that's when we pass in that special copy function, which we had in the calendar events. The calendar toolbar is pretty simple as well. So the calendar toolbar is over here. So calendar toolbar. I need to install React Big Calendar at this point. So let's do, I'm actually going to show you that one. So if you do React Big Calendar, you'll see npm package, pretty big npm package, get used quite a lot. You see, this is the actual calendar itself. It's pretty awesome, right? So we're going to simply install this. So go back, pm I React Big Calendar. And now, once that's done, there we go. Hit refresh. What's that freaking out about? Oh yeah, so sometimes the type definition is not installed. So Command J pm I save dev development dependencies and then just add in the types as well. Okay. So let that do its thing. Quick little water break. And then we're gonna go ahead. Everyone's locked in. Yeah, look at that. It's Syrian as well. Right. On copy data week, on clear week, show copy button. We've got the toolbar props, calendar toolbar. So in this case, we pass in a bunch of props. And then the main thing is we add the little window confirm. I was lazy here. You could use the Shadcn dialog if you want to. But you've got the left, which is going to be the, this is for the calendar toolbar. So view options. So we're effectively going to pass in the views from above. So these are going to come from the actual calendar component. And then we're rendering out each one and the click on view function, right? So these are all going to come from the parent component, which we're going to build afterwards. This is kind of like a dumb component. But in this case, it's if you have buttons like on navigate today, on navigate prev, on navigate next, that allows us to go to the next in that view. So if you're in a day, it'll go next day. If we're in a week, it'll go next week. If it was in a month, it'll go next month, and so forth, right? And then copy day, pop over. The on copy is what we pass in. Again, comes from the higher components. This will come from the availability calendar. Okay, so the big one, the availability calendar. So this one is the one where, yeah, this one's huge. I'll be honest, this one's a very big file. This is basically where all of the magic is going to happen. So inside of this component, I'm going to pop it here and we're going to run through it slowly. Okay, so here we have all of our imports. It is 100% a client component. Okay, we have tons and tons of imports in here, including our constants and so forth. We need to add an action for saving the availability. And the two important ones for the styling are these two right here. So we have to import the library CSS files, right? So we are using drag and drop. So the React, what's it called? Big Calendar uses DND inside of it, which is awesome. That's how we basically get to have that nice drag and drop functionality. We pass in the initial blocks, the busy blocks, and the book blocks. Remember, this is all going back to the server-side render of the availability page. So here, so remember, we get to this point and we pass in those things. So now that's where it's all coming full circle, right? So we have the view, the date, the selected booking, and it is saving transition. Then we have all of these nice helper calendar event functions, right? We have format duration. We have format duration in a readable way. It's simple. If anything, I would move that out because it's a dumb function. I'd have it in its own util. We have handle save. And as you can see here, transition doesn't always have to say start transition. We can rename it to whatever we want. So start save transition. And now we can say get events for save. And this will take all of the blocks. Then we have the save availability function, which we haven't done yet, which I'll create. And then this will go ahead and return the saved blocks. And we haven't done that, which is why we haven't got the type gen, which is why it's at any inference. Okay. And then we mark as saved, right? So then we have combine availability events. So this basically shows all the events, the different views. This one is style the past time slots disabled. Yeah, this one is basically for if there's things in the past, I want to make it look disabled. So I want to have it as gray. So you'll see like past dates as gray. This is how you can basically change that. So I'm going to apply this down below. Same for style the past days is disabled. So we can basically go ahead and say it's disabled. Drill down is important. This one is for, you see, depending on which month, which view we are on slot select, these all go into the main availability calendar component, by the way. But this one right here is awesome because if it's in the month view and we drill down, we can say slot-info.start. Otherwise, we can say select slot-info, right? So depends on what you're doing, but I've done it. So if you click the month view, this will take you into the week, right? So that's how we've effectively done it. go down here. We've got status indicators about, if someone approves or whatever. That comes from Google Calendar. Get the block title. It's fairly straightforward. It just gets the actual title. Event style, get a style of the events based on the type. This one was, again, a bit more styling. If it's a booked block, how should we style it and so forth. And then we have the toolbar itself. And this is where we render the toolbar. Show the copy button on copy day to week, on clear week. What should they do, right? So, and then the main thing is this right here, booking details dialog. Set selected booking. So this one was actually, okay. So if you have a booking, so I don't know if I showed you that actually. If we have a booking, so if you did have a booking and we clicked it, there'll be a dialog that popped up. I did show you, and it shows like the actual appointment details, including the Google Meet. That is this dialog. Okay, so we've already installed it. This is how we set up the dialog, and we're just saying if you've selected a booking, then it will be open. Otherwise, select a booking, just the opposite of it, right? And then it will show that, and then also show the Google Meet link down here. Join Google Meet link, video call. And then it will have the Google Meet link itself. So this is selected booking.meet link, and this should be a link tag, I guess. Has changes. This is that little bar that floats on the bottom saying, discard or save changes. And then each one is triggering off its own function, handle, save, or discard changes. And then we have the main event, the DND calendar. Okay, this is from React Big Calendar. It's to drag and drop, and it's got a wrapper function, a higher order component pattern, where basically this enhances it with drag and drop. So we have the localizer, which basically localizes the events down to your time zone. And then we have the style itself. So we want it to be 100% height. Formats, messages, events, view, date, passing the different views that we support, months, view, week, view, day, and so forth. I think, can you have any others? You can have agenda as well, work week as well, and so forth. Conditional logic, debug needs in the wrong directory. That was from before. So, and then we have the on view, on navigate, on drill down, start access. Where's the main one I was going to show you? Selectable, yes. Resizable, no, if it's not in the month view, we don't want to allow resizing. And then the draggable accessor. Yeah, these are basically disabling the default behavior. So otherwise, before, what would happen is if you're in the month view, you would click an event and it would literally handle the event action. So sometimes if that was like a time block, it would cancel the time block because that's what I have on the week action. So we don't want to have those things if it's in the month view, for example. We only want to do it if it's not in the month view. So we have that, right? Then we have the on event drop. So this is when you drop an event onto the actual page. So in this case, if I'm in a month view, you see if I drag it, it doesn't do anything, right? If I click it, it goes in. But if I'm in a week and I drag and drop, you see that right there. So right there, you're saying if it's not in a month view, it's not a busy block, and it's not a booked block, then we can handle a drag and drop event, right? And then same one on the event resize is what I'm doing here. And what's keeping track of all of that is my custom hook. We have the min and max time, the step, time slots, and then we have the different components we render out, such as the toolbar with actions. And that's how we pass in the props for the calendar toolbar. So it's quite a bit, right? Quite a bit of stuff, but that is how we effectively solve it all. The main thing that we need is a save availability action. So this is where it ties it all together. So let's go to save availability calendar. So components, calendar, save availability. So this is where I had it. No, sorry, I had it in lib actions. What am I saying? It was in lib actions availability. I don't think I have that yet at all. So lib actions. Yeah, I don't have it. So we have quite a bit of things for availability. This is more so for when we handle the / booking page, which is a bit more bigger, right? So this one is more availability orientated, right? So here we've got generate slug, get base URL. So I need to go ahead and create these two. And then we've got booking quota status, which is also here. So this is basically what I was talking about earlier, get or create user. So this is very handy. We basically check, does the user exist already, right, in the database? If they don't, create them, right? So you can, I actually had that code somewhere else. We could have used this and refactored it. I missed it in the refactoring. Typically, I do a scan through of the app. Save all availability blocks, right? So replace entire availability, returns new blocks with their real IDs from Sanity. right? So this one is pretty cool. So in this case, what we're doing is we're effectively saving it. And then we're going to replace the blocks that we had on the local state with the sanity blocks, right? Yeah, convert the blocks to sanity. Yeah, exactly. There's that. Yeah. And then we write it back, and then we write it back as a sanity blocks call. And then create or get booking link, same thing. So what do we need to do here? Well, typically the person doesn't have a slug in the beginning, right? So we had it, yeah, if the slug exists, return it. Otherwise, we have to get the base URL. We create a slug for existing users, yeah. So this one is basically, if you haven't created a booking link previously, you're gonna go ahead and create a fresh booking link. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and get an existing one. That's effectively this flow. The slug as well in the database, by default, there is no slug. But what you could do here, which is nice, if you wanted to, you could go ahead and add in for pro members to have a custom slug. So that's where you would add it in effectively around here. And then you gate it using the has function from clerk billing. Get meeting types as well. Meeting duration is a type. Again, these kind of things you can always, refactor out in constants. Create meeting type. Here we got the create meeting type. This is important. So if you don't have a meeting type first, we're going to show you the prompt for a meeting type. So this is part of the share dialog, which we haven't built yet. So we firstly check, get or create the user, generate the slug, and then get a meeting type. So in this case, generate the meeting type once we go ahead and do it. So you would go ahead and say like consultation or quick chat, 30 minutes or 15 minutes, create the meeting type. And the reason why this is cool is because you might want to have short calls for someone, or you might want to send a different link, which has, 60 minutes for another call and so forth, right? So meeting types allow us to have different links that we can send for different durations. Okay, so that's pretty handy. Get booking link with the meeting type, self-explanatory. Again, define query is in here. That's why we need to update the Sanity CLI, which will pick this up. Get booking quota as well. This allows us to check their quota. And we have another query here. Again, is this good practice? No, really, we should have kept these all grouped together. I didn't refactor it, I'll be honest, but we should have refactored this out. So next up, once we've got this in place, we need to firstly fill these two gaps out. So lib URL. So lib URL. So lib URL. Yeah, url.ts. This one is just a simple check. Basically, the base URL. If we have the cell URL, then we're going to use it. We're deploying on production or preview environments. If we have next public app URL, we're going to use that one. Otherwise, we go to 3000. This is where I'm going to probably have to start cutting my other terminal because in this case, next public app URL. I mean, in this instance, what we can do is I can actually just make this http / localhost. 1 minute, where is it? I can actually override it locally. So I can have my demo one as 3001. So today's build is on 3001, okay? But yours will be 3000 simply. And generate slug is a little helper function, okay? So coming back over here, we go ahead and get rid of that, or lib URL, we can get rid of that. And then booking quota status is lib features, which I did not do. Booking quota status, so we've got quite a few here actually that I should have just added in one go. So instead of this, I'm just going to pull the whole file in. So we've got the plan limits, get user plan, get plan limits, can connect more calendars is effectively just using our quota check. This is bad. Should not have done this, right? That's the first thing. So we're going to fix that right now. Get host plan as well. That's even, I don't know. Do we use this one? So we're using the backend API. However, this is not a good way of checking the metadata. I'm not going to address it right now, but you shouldn't really check it this way because it doesn't always get stored in the public metadata. It's not in the public metadata. So that's not actually going to be a correct check. It's not breaking our app because I don't think we ended up using this. But let me see, get host plan was here. And that is part of get host booking quota status, which we don't use anywhere. So this is a dead function. I thought so, because I was wondering, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. So we can get rid of this. So remove this func. Get rid of it. Yeah, that's old. We don't need that. No, sorry, we might need it. What am I talking about? I haven't coded the app yet. So that's fine. Yeah, we know that is correct. Sorry. But this is not doing the correct check. Yeah. So we're going to address this when we get to this, but yeah, we shouldn't be checking it that way. Again, little qualms with vibe coding. See, somebody says, Cashmas, hey Sonny, I've known about you for almost 3 to 4 years now. I've been meaning to try to code along with you since Signal project. Nice. I've never succeeded, however, because I don't know the basics. Sorry, I'm just reading. I don't know the basics. I've been trying to learn JavaScript for 5 days now, but I'm going to try to learn backend first. I never coded before, hoping to follow you one day. Dude, like I've won. Thank you so much for being in the sport. I love that. But 2, it's going to take longer than 5 days. That's the truth. Give yourself time. Take your time with the process and use AI to really kind of explain what you're doing at each point, and keep on applying it right as you do it, because that's the only way you're going to get familiar with code. So even if you are coding, whether it's yourself or your vibe coding, whatever you're doing, the point is that you should be comfortable with reading code and understanding the fundamentals. So yeah, keep at it, but really thank you for the support. Where would I have that one mistake before? I had to get host the features part. Anyway, so let's just go back to it. So availability, we added in. The features, we added in. Okay. Basic syntax now. Nice, dude. And even AI is a very good tutor, by the way, right? We have an amazing course, papareact.com/course. Join in. Siren, all of our amazing students over there absolutely killed it from the basis of that. And there's even a free React Basics 101 that we give out there. So you can go ahead and get that for yourself. That could help you out. But yeah, feel free to check it out. All the links for that are in the description. Right. So we have the availability calendar now, guys. Let's go back to where all of this began, which was the page. So that was a big tangent off of the page, right? So this availability calendar. So now you can see, well, hey, we've got our stuff pulling in. Amazing, right? And you're probably wondering, well, Sonny, this looks different to your one. So I've got it when I click it and removes the local state. The reason why this looks different is because there are some global CSS changes we need to make, right? So in this library, we have to kind of override their styles. I mean, there could be a way. I didn't find it in the time before the build, so I didn't apply it. But I did find a way that we can go ahead and basically override the library's styles. So what I've done here is included a few minimal sort of overrides. So I'll pop it in and you guys can see for yourself. So you can see we added it in, and like you see now it's made it a bit bigger and so forth, right? So passing it over here, just to show you, we've got React Big Calendar, React Big Calendar event, and I basically just tacked into their existing CSS, and I'm basically just rewriting some of the rules, and the important ones are overriding their rules. Do I like this pattern? No, I don't like this pattern. Typically it's not good. There is probably a way to do it with their library that is better than this. There is 100% a way. I was time struck a little bit, but know that I'm being transparent with you and saying it as it is. Like, you can really don't try not to do it important. You end up with all these precedent rules. It gets very annoying very quickly. It's not a good way to program. Okay. So in this case, now if we were to go ahead and do this, you guys can see for yourselves. Awesome stuff. Nice. Right. We can go ahead and set a couple of bookings. If we hit save, let's see what happens. Is there an error or are we good? Right. So on the back end, let's go to localhost studio, and we should see for Sunny as a logged in user. Let's go ahead and see it. So I'm sorry, as the user in the back end, Sanity CMS. Let's see. I just had to refresh it. And now you can see, hey, look at that. So let's get rid of a bunch besides one and hit OK. So if I hit save now, watch what happens. See how the availability changed. So now we have Jan 13th, 14th. Oh yeah, I didn't see these two. So let's get rid of these. Let's go ahead and save. And we should have one. Nice. And you see, like, if I have, for example, a booking next to each other, you see how it grouped together? So like that one, for example, this is going to be 2 bookings. And then now if I expand this one into that and I save, the logic to basically combine it into one, all of these things we factored in as well, right? The refresh as well is going to go ahead and refresh the booking status on things, but we don't have a booking thing at the moment. So it basically is not ready for that yet, but we're ready for the next step. So firstly, clearing calendar events works. 14, I'll show you in a sec, but 14. So we go to Wednesday. include and copy, and then we go ahead and save. And then say I was like, oh, actually, I didn't want that for the weekends. I actually, it's great. I got it all wrong. Let's clear the whole week. Boom. And then you see I'm in this discard state. So you can still go ahead and undo your change if you made a mistake. Right. So just add a couple of test ones. Right. So that's awesome. So now I want to go ahead and do the share link, the share button link. Okay. So I need to pick up pace a little bit because we have got quite a lot to do still. So share link dialog is going to be the share link button over here. So it's going to be this flow here. And you can see, firstly, we check, is there a connected account? That's what's happening now. Then we check if there was a meeting type. If there is a meeting type, it loads it in. Otherwise, we can create one. And then it's got the copy flow. Okay. And the whole time we're checking for gating as well. So if you've maximized your either number of bookings that has been made on your link, or if you've gone ahead and yeah, that's the only limit we've actually enforced there. All right. So let's do that. So for the share link, we're going to go ahead and comment this out like so. Share link. Let's go to our components. And I've actually popped it into the same calendar structure. So I popped it into here. Share link dialog. We've actually got everything that we need. So use client. We do a bunch of imports at the top. We've got the meeting durations here. Again, that should really be a constant where we had used it previously before. So I'm telling you straight up, I would refactor that and I would go ahead and get it. So that's just in a single place or consistently. And if even better, I would have those durations as documents inside of Sanity. So that way, if I changed it, I'd be able to clearly see that these are linked to bookings. I can't change it and so forth, like being secure with it. Right? We've got a couple of options, and then we've got a bunch of state. Right? The main thing that we're checking is that flow. So rather than show you line by line, I kind of want to show you the flow. So if we click on handle open, it opens it. If it's open, it starts checking. And what it's doing now is it's doing 3 checks. It gets the meeting types, the booking quota, and if you've connected an account. Now, if you haven't connected an account, don't proceed with the booking. Right? Auto select the default or the first meeting time. This means basically if you have the meeting type already created, get that one. Okay. Otherwise, if there's no meeting type, it will show the create form. See, set is creating type. So we're going to have 2 forms. And the first one is actually going to be for the create. So in this case, if we go here, this one is what we'll see. This is called the create form instead. Right? And if you click cancel, you're just going between the 2 forms. Right? And that's basically allows us to create a different type of meeting type if we want to. Okay. Handle meeting type change. We simply, that's going to be if we click the drop down, we select another one, it changes the meeting type change. Handle create meeting type. That one is basically going to go ahead and trigger an action. Does a simple thing. Takes the name duration is default. Adds it to the backend. We've already created that. And then the result will be, it'll get us the booking link with the meeting type because each one has a separate booking meeting type link because the end will be a different sort of slug that we share. Right. Then we have handle copy, which is basically how we do the copying part of it, which is easy. That's just basically this, right? That's very self-explanatory. And then we have after 2 seconds, it will go back, right? So it's kind of a nice little pattern. Handle visit is basically you go to the screen, but in a new page. Now you can use router as well. Oh, the music's finished. Let me go back to the pop of Oh no, it's not. I was going to say, yeah. There's no way we went through the entire playlist, right? So firstly, we've got the share link. Share your booking link, share your meeting type, and then underneath is where we render out things. So firstly, if you don't have a connected account, we'll send you to that, right? So we should just say, okay, you need to have an account. So go to the settings and connect something. Secondly, your booking quota. Let's say you do have an account. So if it's not equal to false and you have a quota, then we go ahead and check about your booking quota, right? You're either in the unlimited plan, which means you're a pro, or you're in starter or free, in which case you have a quota that is being applied and checked against. Based on that, we will go ahead and show the appropriate thing. Then after that, we have the meeting type flow. So this part is just simply the meeting type flow, where it basically has that triggering between the 2 views, and then the meeting type selector itself. So kind of like straight to the point, right? The main thing I want to show you is in action, to be fair. So if we go here, let's go ahead and pull it in. And if I show you here, let's go ahead and refresh, share link, share link. And this is like a little, that's just my own thing. So share link, quick chat, let's do quick chat. And you can see that 15 minutes, I fixed that bug. Let's do a quick chat, 15 minutes, 10 of 10 bookings left. So I'm actually on the starter plan. So now we've got the meeting link generated. So you see book /Tony Sanga /quick chat, right? And then if I do, for example, consultation, and that one should be like 60 minutes, create meeting type. Now I've got different types of meeting types. So I went to share link. Now I can choose between the different meeting types. And then each one is going to have a different ending. So it's my unique slug. And then we've got the ending underneath it, right? So in this case, I don't know what that happened. But you can see, or maybe I'm doing that, right? But again, the consultation is there. You copy the link and then you move forward. Okay, you visit that page. If I click on visit page, it will take me to that page, which we don't have yet. So that's how we do it. And then these bookings are being determined when we actually create the booking. So simple enough, right? So we can move pretty quick now. So this is actually, believe it or not, that's the whole calendar flow. So we've actually got the whole backend set up now. Bookings is next. It's very simple. Bookings is basically just going to pull in things. So what we do is we create another page. So inside of app, we create a booking page. So we've got bookings itself. So bookings page, page.ts. Oh my God, page.tsx. Yeah. And then we are going to do the following. So boom, we have our booking, right? So right now we have none of these components. We don't have a booking list. What we're doing is we're getting the user, we're checking if they're logged in. Again, remember, you can do this at both places. I haven't done it in the proxy for, I've done it for availability at the moment. I haven't done it for, bookings, but you can do it there, right? So you can do it at bookings as well. So now we don't have to do it here. And then we can say get the bookings, host bookings by clerk ID. This will be type safe. By the way, we should have done that. We should have gone here and done pm type gen. So type gen, let's run that in the background because we added a bunch of stuff. Active bookings, process bookings with statuses to get the booking combined with the Google's latest status information about that booking. And then we go ahead and we basically render out a refresh button and the bookings list. Refresh button is pretty self-explanatory. We've done it before. And then we've got the booking list. So we need to create this booking list component. So for booking list, we have a bookings folder. So inside of our components, so inside of components, bookings list, this one. So this one is just going to be the list that you see in the end. So basically what does that look like? It's this one right here. And right now I don't have a booking there, but if I showed you in the beginning effectively, and we're going to run it through it in a moment, right? So show upcoming confirmed bookings, cancel ones are filtered out by the query. I didn't actually show you when we created the event, the Google Meet part, but I'll show you that afterwards. Oh no, we haven't done that bit. That's why I was wondering. Yeah. The handle cancel. So basically this one is just going to show us the event actual bookings itself. In fact, maybe I can share this link with Jay and, oh no, I can't. I have to do it myself. I haven't deployed it. So in this case, we do this. We share the link. Boom. Let's go over here and then get our shared link. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's visit that page. Let's go ahead and book a session quickly. And then here, let's go ahead and book a day. For example, this one, 5 a.m., very early meeting, continue. Let's just say Elon is making a meeting with Sonny. Let's just do popperreact.team@gmail.com, ABC, hello, right? Confirm booking. And what we should see, so we need to build this /book page still, right? That one we can do afterwards. This is going to confirm the booking. And then that would have made all the Google events and everything. Go to our bookings table and we will see that booking inside the booking, right? So you can see that that's the next booking. So we're booking that now with the Google Meet and everything, the cancel flow and so forth. So handle cancel basically is going to trigger the cancel booking flow, which is again all action based. We've already done all of that. The status badges are simply going to take the booking guest status, which is again, remember when we enhanced it with the process bookings with status part on the page.tsx of /bookings. That's when we were basically going to Google saying, take my current bookings, add your statuses to them, right? That's basically what we did. And then render out the appropriate badge effectively, right? And then we just render out the card. That's all we're doing here, right? It just renders out the card. And then the Google Meet is fairly straightforward. You've just got the booking.meet link, which is going to be added to it when we create the booking. So this one was fairly easy, to be fair. We just got a straight out booking page. And right now we don't have a booking itself. So we need to, the refresh button stays simple. It does router.refresh. We've got the settings down where we can go ahead and connect accounts and manage subscriptions. The feedback we need to go ahead and do. But now I can share a link. So at this point, let's go ahead and do it. I can go and grab this. I can grab this. And then let's go and do a save. And I'm going to share this link. So let's share a link and we're going to build that flow. We're going to do the feedback part and the admin SDK last. That bit is fairly quick. I'm going to show you how you can do it really quickly. We're going to copy this link and now let's go over to the following page. And we don't have anything. So we need to create this book /slug/page, right? So let's do that. So next up, what I want to do is I want to go to our app /app. And this is actually not inside the app itself. This is actually going to be outside because this is a public page. This one is more a page that anyone can go to, right? So this one is going to be /book, right? So it's going to be like as if you're booking, a meeting. And then it's going to be / and these are called wildcards. So we have the slug and then we have the meeting type. So meeting type, okay? And then I have next to that. So I've actually done it only for the meeting page. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want it for the other page. I've added the other one. I've added the generic underneath this, but we don't actually want to do that. So page.tsx. And then let's run through how we do this. So jump into the top. We have a bunch of imports. Notice it's a server component. Okay, so let's jump through it bit by bit. So we go to the meeting type page, and then remember we have those unique slugs, these ones, slug and meeting type. How do I get those wildcards? Well, it's inside the params, and the params we can say there is a slug and a meeting type there. Next, we first check the booking quota. We get the host booking quota, and I've added these comments to help us out. Then we do times their aware date grouping, and this was a bit of a tricky one because you wouldn't even think of this, right? But I wanted it to be super accurate on when you go to that link, you should just see your time zone. You shouldn't have to worry about converting time zones and yada, yada, yada. You should just see, okay, at my 4 o'clock, this person is free, right? You shouldn't have to worry about he's in the US and I'm over here and blah, 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 blah. It's just be like at 4 o'clock, I'm free. I can do that time. So what we did is we read the visitor's time zone from the cookie and we created this time zone detector component, which I need to actually add in after this, right? If there's no cookie, it will fall back to UTC, but otherwise we try and go the cookie route first, right? There's a few ways you can do this. Honestly, most people don't even think about it, right? But it's kind of a cool thing to add into your build. So that's how we're doing the time zone checking. In fact, I'm going to pause here. I'm actually going to add that in. So in the layout where we had Sanity Live, I have another component, which is, and I'm not going to dive so big into this, but effectively what it is we've called it the time zone detector, right? And all it's doing is it's a use effect, and it basically says, get the user's time zone. If there is a time zone, attach a cookie for that user for the time zone and save it. And then we read from that over here. So we can say time zone detector. We can even put it under here. It doesn't really make a difference. It shouldn't be at the top. And then go here. And now when we come to that page, we read the person's time zone, right? So we read their time zone and then we come in here. And now you might be arguing, yeah, you could do the browser, you could do a few approaches. There was actually I got into a rabbit hole with this little tiny thing and there was a justified argument. I can't remember what it was, but you can feel free to check it out yourself as to that whole situation, right? So there's a reason why we go to that length to do that. So now we've got two promise all fetches, right? So we've got the meeting type there and the bookings. All we're doing is we're getting the meeting types and we're getting the bookings, right? So did I get the right one? I'm just wondering. Yeah. So firstly, we're going to go and if there is no meeting type type there or this URL doesn't exist, we send it to a 404. Then we get the host of the meeting. That would be like sunny.sanger@gmail.com if I was to share this link. Now, we firstly check, it has the user or the host who sent it. So if I'm sending a link to Jay and I've exceeded my quota, we're checking that because now, in an embarrassing way, I built this for the platform in the sense, because it's like, it's going to shame the host. If they haven't upgraded, it'll say, contact the host because they've maxed out on their bookings, and then it will force them to feel that embarrassment and go and buy the pro plan, right? So however you want to do it, I done it that way. So in this case, quota exceeded would be this kind of like a little quota exceeded pop up, and it'll just basically go ahead and say that, right? It's quite harsh, but you can do it how you want to do it. Then we have the duration, availability, all the bookings, which are just raw. After that, then we have the Google Calendar sync. This is the important one. So what we do is we take all of the bookings that are raw, and then we basically, or all of the by the host, right? So all the, we get all of their meetings, and then basically we go into Google Calendar and we check each booking status, and we only include the active ones, not the canceled ones, in the availability calculation. So what does that mean? It means effectively, if we've got a booking that is basically, let's say I had a 4 o'clock slot, Jay books the 4 o'clock slot. Siren shouldn't be able to come and book Jay's 4 o'clock slot, even if Jay hasn't. So for example, Jay might create the 4 o'clock. He might, create that meeting, and then maybe one of us haven't approved the meeting. Actually, thinking about it now, maybe we don't need to approve the meeting. I don't know why I did that, but either way, let's just say, for example, it should just be because you're filling out the form, so you would have done it anyway. But either way, if you created that meeting, it makes it so much easier. I don't know why I overcomplicated the build so much. It's blowing my mind. That would have been so much easier. Yeah. Anyway, it happens. But basically, I'm showing you anyway. If it's active, then we should not go ahead and remove. We should remove the 4 o'clock slot because Jay still could turn up to that meeting. If it was cancelled, however, we include it in the availability calculation. So that's effectively what's happening here. Then we fetch the Google Calendar busy times, and we block the time slots that overlap with the existing Google Calendar events. So this is why I added comments here, because it started to get pretty nested. And then we find the latest availability date, and then we fetch all of the users' times up till that point. And then at the server level, because this is all server rendered, we basically compute the available dates. So I've got a library that we're basically going to go ahead and do with that. No, as in a utility function. Right, and then we basically calculate all of our dates. We group all of the dates based on the visitor's time zone. And why do you need to do this? And why might it seem like overkill? Because what could happen is if someone is like a few hours across and it goes into the next day, that actually breaks a lot of UI stuff. So you have to kind of group based on the visitor's time zone, right? So it was a learning curve for me as well. Available dates as well. So unique available dates now correctly in the visitor's time zone. Because otherwise you can have this leak over effect where it would be still saying it as if it was in this day, but it's not in that day anymore, even if you use timestamps, right? So then we have the host header, which is basically like that nice kind of, page that we saw earlier, which was the one over here. So we can go to /book. Quick chat. Let's just give one example. Where like the kind of god damn it, this one share link. Let's go to the page, and here visit page. Let's open out, and here you can see. Here you can see this header host. It shows the duration, the meeting time. The booking calendar is this one. And this is actually awesome. It's from Shadcn. They have this really nice block that we actually pulled in to make life very easy. We're going to install that, right? So firstly, let's go through bit by bit. So booking calendar we'll do afterwards. Quota exceeded is an easy win. Let's do that. So quota exceeded is inside of booking. And I actually made all of this inside of the booking itself. So we have components, booking, and then I had 3 components. I had the host header, which is super simple. It's just your presentational. It's that top bit on the top of the booking page. We have the quota exceeded, which again takes the host name and basically would have gone in. It's a dumb component, right? Because it only gets rendered if it's exceeded, and we check that at the top level. So say, booking temporarily unavailable, Sunny's reached his monthly booking limit, and so forth. And then we have the actions themselves. So the availability compute ones we need to do. So let's go to our lib. Availability we do not have yet. So lib, lots of files. Lib availability. Here we have it. So we import a few things from date. and we've got a few types. And then the main thing is where we compute all this function does, right? Is it's computing the availability based on the different factors that we talked about. Is a person, do they have Google Calendar events? Is it, accepted, or is it in a limbo state awaiting, in which case it should still be blocked? Is there Google Calendar events in, clashing with the availability that the user has selected on their Calendly, or our system, Cavero. So this is where all of that is happening, basically, right? You can see for yourself. And also, how do we determine the available dates built? So you can't obviously do anything in the past. So that's effectively what we're doing here. And then we just run through it. So you can see for yourself, find available blocks for this day. And it's just looping through until we get to the end result. Then we've got the compute available slot down here. And basically for this, I would recommend you just step through, right? Because honestly, it took me a while to get this all done. This is using while loops. I'm not a fan of this. I would refactor all of this in... I usually go through all of my code, and I would, especially these utility functions. Sometimes I do LLM them. But in this case, I would refactor this and let's give it a good example right now, right? So in this instance, I would go and pop this in. I'll be like, do not use while loops. Use an ES6 preferred approach. ES6 preferred approach. Explain if this is not possible. Okay. So I just want to see it is possible, but let's just see for ourselves. So, because while loops are dangerous, they just are dangerous. There is a time and place for a while loop, and most of the time it's used in the wrong place, which means that you could lead to really bad situations, and you don't want that to be the case, right? So yeah, that's basically that. So now it says our refactor code, ES6 members of the while loops is absolutely possible, often results in more declarative, readable code, 100%, right? Also, a while loop, if you ain't done it correctly, which AI could definitely do, it can lead to an infinite loop, which is not good. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what it does. Now, of course, if I was to accept this actual thing, I would purely review the hell out of this. But we're live right now, so I'm not going to do a full review. I'm just going to hope for the best. And if it does break, I'm going to revert to while and fix it afterwards and push. Because we're in a demo right now. Okay, it's live stream. Let's just see what this comes out with. And let's see. It's probably much better though. Generate date range. See array from. Let's go ahead and see. So compute available dates. Generate date range. Filter. And you see the generate date range has done it for us. So, and even they've used flat mapped instead. So generate date range, day count, difference in days, and then it's created an array from. So this will return now a date array, which is much better because now we can just go ahead, filter through it, and do what we need to do, right? Compute available slots. Yeah, that's much better already. And also it's immutable. So we're not mutating you don't always want to follow an immutable pattern, right? So if you have any variable, in the nicest way, like a copy and make a copy of it and mutate that. Never mutate the original thing if you can avoid it, ideally, right? So at that point, yeah, you can feel free to run through this one yourself. But basically, it's just checking availability. Okay, so now with this done, we've got the actions get Google busy times is another one we need to do. So actions booking. So that's the one I was missing. So lib actions booking. And also, as I'm doing this, guys, I'm curious, what do you want to see more of on this channel as the AI space is evolving in the coding side? I'm curious. I was having a few chats about this yesterday, but I want to know, what do you want to see more of on this channel when it comes to do you want to see me, how I approach it with my current tech stack and how I do things? What's most valuable to you, right? But in this case, we got the booking actions. So let me know, right? So heading back down here, we've got the available slots. Again, I see repeated code. I would have refactored this out. I don't know why I didn't catch all this time, to be fair. I usually do a scan of my app and I kind of do the whole thing. I was pretty hectic since I've been back, so that was a little slip. But either way, there you go, it happens, right? So get available slots, and then what this is doing is it's going through each of the bookings and it's checking on Google's side the event attendee status, and that is how we're determining if it's cancelled, if it's good or whatnot, right? And then it's filtering them out and so forth. And we got the same thing down here. Main thing is to create booking. So in this case, client.fetch, we'll get the host. Number 2, check if the host has exceeded their monthly limit. Number 3, get the meeting type if it's been provided. Otherwise, it will just default to, I think it was 30 somewhere. Number 4, verify if the slot is still available. And this is important because 2 people might be on that link. You just don't know, guys. It could be like a really busy event. Like, you know, some real estate building is going for sale and then he's got some links and then everyone's trying to call this guy and book the same 4 o'clock slot. You want to avoid erase conditions. You kind of want to check at the point when you make the booking to get as close as possible to avoid that. Number 5, find the default connected account for creating calendar events. Remember what we said before. I'll fix that bug and push it afterwards. Create the Google Calendar event. This is the most important one. Get the calendar event is a helper function that we used earlier. And it will basically go ahead and use the refresh token to go ahead and update the account tokens in Sanity. And then it'll set the credentials for the OAuth client. Now, why is this important? Because that refresh token, access token flow is how we're able to go ahead and interact with the calendar as the user. If you have an expired token and you don't do a refresh pattern, your access token is useless, right? So we need to have that refresh mechanism. That's OAuth too, right? So build event summary with meeting types if available. And then it'll basically, this is the bit where it sends the email to the user. So this will actually send the Google email to the user saying you have a meeting at this time. And then basically if the other person cancels, they'll get an email to say, oh yeah, actually the meeting is now canceled, right? So I love Siren, dude. He goes, this build has so many little cool snippets of code that when applied correctly can power up and enhance my SaaS. Absolute gold as always. Appreciate you so much, dude. Honestly, you've been such a gem in this community. Calendar ID primary, we're sending the updates to all attendees. Then conference data version. This one was, I'm not sure what that one was actually. But the request body, summary, description, start, end time. Right, these are cool for when the meeting is also populated. But the attendees, so the host email and the response status accepted. Here. Do you know what? I would probably go ahead and just do that. If I was, because look, put it this way, if you fill out a form, you shouldn't have to go and then accept your own invite. You've filled the form out, so you technically wanted to book the thing. So I would have set this to response status accepted. So yes, we have logic in the app, but this is what it should have been in my opinion. Yeah. So yeah, you know, we're fixing it on the fly. The conference data is the cool part though. Right? So create request ID, we basically create a random string, right? And then we got the conference solution key. This is the cool part. So if you do Hangouts Meet, it will literally, just with that, generate a Google Hangout Meet. And that's it. And Google Hangouts typically is free up to an hour. So this will break at the 90-minute, I know. But if you had like meetings up to an hour, this is a really good way of doing it. You get billed for the Google Meet, obviously, side of things, but your SaaS should be profitable enough to obviously support that. Right? Then we got the different meeting links and so forth, and we just attach it. Then we create a booking in Sanity, and then we've got some helper functions for later, right? Top full stack dev. I appreciate you, Adrian, Martin. Thank you so much, man. Check their attendee status, and this is where, whenever you see me do promise.all, it's because we're concurrently in parallel fetching stuff or doing something, like any kind of, you know, any kind of promise, right? So we're just doing them all together. So in this case, we're doing a map. We're going through all of these, sorry, and then it's doing each one as in parallel. Yeah. And then we check for any overlapping bookings. Cool. So at this point, now let's get that out of the way. Date FN's TS is another library format in the time zone. So PMPMI, date FN TZ. And I really hate this kind of meme culture of like front end dev, or, you know, this is not front end dev. This is full stack. I'm sorry. I don't know what person out there says this is not a full stack build, but the whole, like, you know, you're a terrible dev if you install a dependency. Guys, use, like, if you saw the amount of monthly downloads on this stuff, don't rebuild stuff from scratch. Focus on building a good product, get it to market, and make people, like, get feedback. Does your product suck? That's what you should be looking at, not let me recreate let me go ahead and recreate my authentication flow. Like, no, use things like Clerk. Just get it done quickly. It does an amazing job. And the thing is, I always say about authentication and things like this, if you screw up, everyone will scream at you. If you do it right, it's a standard. So let that sink in with it, right? So main thing I wanted to cover is the booking calendar here. So booking calendar is the main one. So if we go here, this calendar, you're probably wondering, how the heck did he get all of this? What is this? So what I want to show you is the entire booking calendar was actually from an awesome Shadcn block. So I'm going to show you where I got the Shadcn block from. So if we go to Shadcn and we go to, oh, that's a good idea. Salon booking and scheduling. Jay, that's nice actually. Write that one down. That's pretty good. Thank you for that, Vasil. So we go to blocks and we go to calendar, and you can see, I think it's block 20 is what we used. So this one's pretty cool. And again, you can feel free, rebuild it yourself. I mean, it's up to you, right? You can see that with time presets as well. Oh no, that's the one, sorry. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, so you can basically just run this command and you'll get this block. And then what we did is we basically changed up. I changed up. I keep saying I did this, right? Don't worry, I code my stuff. I know because I'd spend way too long here. But in this case, like you can, I see how they did it, and I basically reworked it to handle our bookings instead. So you can basically select the time, click continue. And by the way, all of these are being pulled in by Sanity's live content lake at the server level, and then we pass it into a client component. So as it gets updated, we're getting that stuff being updated in real time. So it's really nice, right? So over here now, this entire chunk is essentially, most of it was from that block. So you can see yourself, right? And when I showed you the demo of it, most of this looks in fact very similar, right? So all we've done is we've manipulated it. So now it takes our dates, it takes our formats and so forth, right? So if you look at, it was very weird. If you look at the available slots, how did we get the available slots? In this case, we can just derive up the top. So you can see up here, available slots equals date. And in this case, we've got our date. If they exist, get slots for date. Yeah. So in this case, get the date, select the date. Where are we passing in the date? And then here we're doing serialized slots. Serialized slots is getting passed in. Slots by date, sorry. Yeah, so we pass slots by date at the parent level. And that's how we're effectively doing it, right? So at the parent level is where the smart stuff is happening. All this is doing, so look, slots by date. Remember, this is where it's all happening, yeah. So this is where we're actually gathering the right information, doing the checking, computing what the availability and timings and so forth. And with that, we should be able to actually test this, I believe. So if we go to share link, even this flow should work now. So if we do quick chat, so I've already done two, let's do consultation even, yeah? So copy, I'm gonna go ahead and pull open a second screen, 3001. Let's go over there. I don't know if it's gonna be, is it gonna pull up my page or is it being weird? Yeah, okay, look, consultation was this. Okay, it's just a little hydration thing. And then you can see, look, okay, then we can see this. Click on a date and you see mobile responsive as well. You can probably, you can tweak out the width and everything like that, but just for now, I'm gonna leave that with you because I don't wanna overcomplicate this build enough, right? But if you go through here, now I can see the different times and these are all correct, right? These are all the times that are available here. So if we see on 14th, there should be between 6:30 and 10-ish, 6:30 to 10-ish. And you can see, but at 7:30, I have Muay Thai. So it's blocked out those times. So it's calculated everything for me. I said for a 60-minute appointment, you're only able to do 8:30. And then after that, 9:30, you wouldn't be able to have another one. So let's book that meeting. Let's go ahead and do Sunny. Let's do, for example, Jay, Elon Musk. I don't want to put Jay's surname out on smoke. We'll do, let's just do Papa React.team, or just do my team email, team@papareact.com. Let's just do, whoop, this works. And then let's go ahead and confirm the booking. Now, watch this. I'm not refreshing, okay? I'm not refreshing anything. Let's see. I'm booking this for 14th. So around here, we should see it pop in a moment. So look, it says rendering. There we go. Nice. And you see how it's a green tick because it's accepted it, right? So if we go into the bigger view now, there we go. Lovely stuff. And we can see the Google Meet has been created. If I click on that now, it will even take me to the proper meeting, right? So let me just actually show you. I kind of want to show you that. So let's go to copy link address. This is some inception right now. I'm on a live stream going into a Google Meet. That's crazy. Look. Meeting is scheduled for Wednesday 14th. Consultation, Sunny Sangha Cross, Elon Musk. There you go. Nice. See what I mean? That, and then you can have your call with the person, right? So pretty nice how that worked. And then let me just show you as well over back in the example here. You can see like the guest is accepted. That's correct. Bookings. Now, if the guest was to cancel at any point, right? That would trigger that flow where it would go ahead and remove it. However, I can cancel here as well. But Jay, if you don't mind, or actually maybe I can do it. Let me go ahead and actually do it now, and then we can do the admin SDK. So I'm just going to pull up my email right now. Actually, no, if you could cancel that event for me. So I'm just going to need to send it to Jay because otherwise a bit of a lag between the stream and this and that. So cancel that event for me, please, Jay. And then what I will do is I'll show them on stream how that would look. So typically, when anyone comes over here, you can make it real time or refresh. But you see, I'm refreshing it now, and that event has not yet been cancelled, right? So Elon at this email address, this meeting right now, I'm going to assume it's on, okay? And then in this case, Jay cancelled it. I'm refreshing it, and you see it's taking a little longer now. It did the lazy delete. Perfect, right? And it would have done that every time I went on the page or I hit the refresh button. Amazing. Right? So it literally does it perfectly. Nice stuff. Thank you, Jay. Right? So we've done that. Awesome, guys. And you can see now my calendar is free again, and that slot would have freed up. So pretty cool. Right? So there we have the entire booking flow down. Right? And it would have done it for different bookings as well. So let's see for yourself. And also it frees up your booking. The way we done the quota is it would have freed up your booking. So you can have like 10 bookings, but you can't have more than 10 at a time. Right? So this is good. It's kind of a nice way to use this. But it's up to you on how you would want to charge your users. Right? But in this case, if I did 15-minute chat, visit page, this would book a 15-minute small slot. So now you can see, look, loads of slots. 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, and so forth. So really nice. Cool. Right? So now what I want to do is I'm going to add a feedback page, and I'm going to show you why we're going to do that afterwards, because right now, just in itself, this is done, guys. Awesome build. You guys can see for yourself. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And it's fully mobile responsive. Everything works. So let's go to the feedback page, and I'm going to add a feedback feature now. And then I'll show you. You're probably wondering, why is he doing that? Well, I'll add a feedback feature because we're going to add a custom admin panel now. Okay. So the feedback page is very simple. Right, I'm not overcomplicated that at all. It's just literally feedback. So let's go to feedback like so. And then in this case, I go to components. Sorry, not components. What am I doing? App feedback page.tsx, right? So feedback page.tsx. And as you can see, it's literally, we're just making sure the user's logged in. And again, what can we do, guys? We can go ahead and simply gate this into our proxy.ts file and say, you know what, feedback should be included as well. And also settings, right? And again, if you really want to make this simple, you could have /dashboard at, and then /, right? But in this case, we're doing each route. So I need to create the feedback form itself. I can simplify this code nicely. And then the feedback is very simple, to be fair. So it's just a simple feedback form. So if we go into the components, feedback form, pretty much we've got an action for submitting feedback. Okay, that's pretty much new. But then we've got the rest of it is literally just a input form, a card surrounding an input form. We hit enter. I'd love to see a feature that, you know, I want to have dark mode, for example. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So submit feedback action is what we need. So I need to create a lib action feedback. So lib action feedback.ts, and this one is simple, guys. It just goes ahead, checks the user's authenticated, gets or creates user, and then it goes ahead and adds in the feedback that was passed in into the Sanity backend, right? So the app SDK is the really powerful admin part. So you've seen throughout this build, firstly, that was really nicely, smoothly done actually. So if we go here to our app now, not this one, let's go over here. Let's go to localhost 3001. This keeps going to my school community. Let's go here. So the feedback doesn't have, oh, sorry, I messed up a bit. Feedback should be in the, feedback should be here. So right now, you can see we can't see the app header, right? Feedback should be inside the app photo because we want it, it's part of the app. So you see, like, we want that app experience. So there you go. That's also a benefit of layouts. You see how simple that was, right? In this case, I want dark mode, right? It's too bright, submit. And in this case, wait a second, boom, it'll submit. Thanks for your feedback. We appreciate it. And then boom, if I go to the studio now, I can see on the studio side, Sanity Studio, go to feedback, and then I can go ahead and do yes, Jay, 100%. And then I can see that I want dark mode, right? So firstly, you can see the benefit of Sanity Studio. It's been incredible. And now any non-techie person can go into that admin studio, go ahead and change things. But we just want that more flexibility, a little bit more about if I was to go to, for example, a backend panel and I wanted to see custom metrics. I wanted to go ahead and interact with the feedback in a custom way. Like, is there a way that we can do that? I want it in a multiplayer way and so forth. A refresh, sorry. A multiplayer way and so forth. How do we do that inside of something like Sanity, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how to go ahead and do that now. So step one, and like I said, this bit is going to move fairly quick because there's a few techniques that I will show you, like tricks that I've used and so forth. But the main thing is the app SDK is a React app SDK, right? So if we go to Sanity React SDK, this is more for multiplayer apps that need basically more customization. So head over to Sanity yourself and see over here, right? So first things first, if we go to get started, or read the docs, actually, no, not get started, read the docs. Here, oh no. Go back. Right. Read the docs, app SDK. So create tailored content applications with our app SDK. Let me go and pull this up, right? Providing the tools needed to build custom interfaces and workflows on top of the Sanity platform. So in this case, for example, I 100 million % believe you should go here to the app SDK, run through this, and even better, go to the Learn course and watch Simeon's work, because Simeon has done a great job, guys, of explaining it. I say it every time because he's done great videos on it. I'll be honest, he really explained it to me as well. And they also have a Sanity rules file for this, which I've included in the code in the GitHub repo. So in the cursor rules, I've included that. So if you are going to use an LLM to help you out here, that will assist in the guiding for the LLM to be able to do it. So the main thing is that I want you to pay attention for here is that we are doing it in slightly a different way. This is built for React apps, or it's built to be hosted inside of the actual Sanity Studio. I've customized it in a way where we can host it on our own backend, so on our own Next.js app, in a way that the React part doesn't block, us loading it. And then we can get all the benefits of multiplayer, and it's still gated by the Sanity's authentication. So that way our admins have Sanity authentication, which is pretty cool. So there's a few things I want you to pay attention to. Everything in /admin, now we do not use client fetch and we do not use Sanity fetch. We are now going to be using the use documents hook, and everything is going to be the client component pattern from /admin onwards. Right? So that's what we're typically going to do. And it explains here why we're going to go ahead and use those things and so forth. But effectively, you have these document handles, and then you have projections, which is where we basically expand references, like I talked about before. So, when we have projections, so say if I have a reference inside of a document and I want to expand it, that's how we do the projection. But the main thing is this use edit document. And this truly makes everything so easy on the app SDK. All you have to do with the use edit document is you take your handle, which I'll show you afterwards with the use document flow. And then you basically pass the handle in, you pass the path of what you want to edit, and you have this single, similar to set state. So like in the use state hook, you simply call this and you just use it, and it will literally do the whole thing. And then you have the save draft flow, right? I've not actually implemented the save draft flow. I've just done it so it'll change every time and do it itself. But in this case, it's good for what we needed. Okay, so let's jump into it. So the first step is what we need to do is inside the /admin. I've created another grouping because I'm doing a whole different setup here. So step one is we want to have a layout file, layout.tsx file. And you can see I've got this providers pattern, okay? So the providers pattern is going to be more for setting Sanity Studio up. Oh, not Sanity Studio, Sanity App SDK up, right? And then we've got the div, we've got the admin header, which is going to be responsible for, let me pull up the actual nice looking backend that we built. This one, yep. So we've got the header at the top, which I've got this open in Sanity Studio if you want to go even more detailed with it. We got admin header, and then we got the children as well. But the main thing is the providers is the important part. So the provider pattern is basically to get around the restriction that this is just a React library. So we basically need to disable server-side rendering. So we go to components. I'm going to create a providers folder, and inside of providers, what I'm doing is I need to firstly install Shadcn spinner. So pm Shadcn. Oh, sorry. Shadcn add, yep. Spinner. Yep. I want to go and do here. Yeah. There we go. So I got the spinner. Here's the main bit. Use the dynamic import from Next, right? And what this means is you basically can have your regular import, which I'm importing from this Sanity app provider, which is the React flow. And then I'm saying SSR is false. So we're disabling server-side rendering. And when it's loading the React library, we're simply going to have a spinner in the sense, right? So we have the provider pattern here. Similar to how we have layout.tsx. You notice the children kind of flow. It's a higher order component pattern. Now we're going to install Sanity SDK React. So in this case, this is the React library. So Sanity Sanity SDK React. We have our environment variables the same way we did before. And then we are not going to worry about the fallback here because the fallback is going to be handled when this is happening, right? So we're just not really too concerned there. So it's happening at the top level. So let that do its install. This should now be good. And we should no longer see that error. Let me just double check. Yeah, I did install it. SDK React. Sometimes I have to do restart TypeScript server to get over that little issue. But that's all fine. Now what we do is we're all good. We need the admin header, which I haven't got. I need to create the admin header. That's super simple. That's literally just a very, very basic component. If we go to our components, we're going to create an admin folder. And I've got an admin header, which is literally just a case of a few links, right? So what have I done there? No. Components, admin header. So we've got a use client component. Like I said, everything is following the client route. We use the use logout function instead because we're using Sanity's auth to gate the admin panel. And then all we're doing here is we have a button that opens Sanity Studio if you want to do anything more for an admin. And then we have a button which will log you out, right? It uses the same underlying authentication for Sanity Studio. So if you're logged in here, you'll be able to get in Sanity Studio. If you go into Sanity Studio, you'll be able to log in here. That's what effectively is checking under the hood, right? Don't need that. Okay, so that's now done, the admin header. Components admin header, what's going on? Components admin header, yeah. Strange, my okay, yeah. And then we have the actual page itself. So this is where we start implementing the actual mechanisms. So we've got the page.tsx file. We've got the insight section and the feedback section. So insight being this left section, feedback being this right section. Left section just pulls data real time. Right section, the feedback shows example of use edit document, that multiplayer flow where multiple people can be modifying it and it will change on both people's screens, right? Thank you so much as well for the suggestions. I'm going to read through those in a moment. Remember, there was a slight delay in this live stream, which is absolutely fine. And also, Jay, let me know what the quality has been like. I'm actually quite curious to know if it's been any better or if we can just keep it at lower latency. But in this case, admin dashboard, we're using a bento grid layout. In this case, we've got the suspense boundaries. So that's why with this pattern that we talked about, every time you use those use documents or use edit documents, what you do is you wrap the parent component in a suspense boundary, a React suspense boundary, and you have a loading fallback. And in this case, it's just a little spinner central in a bento looking box, right? So let's do the insight section first, right? So insight section is going to be admin insights. Yeah, so this one is going to be admin insights, right? So okay, yeah, I'm gonna pop the thing in and show you the whole thing. So admin insights, and then this bit firstly, right? Before you get overwhelmed with that. So insight section is basically, ignore this bit. That's just a card skeleton. But the insight section, all this is doing is just rendering each box, right? Each one is wrapped in a React suspense boundary, right? So if you removed all the React suspense boundaries, it's quite a simple flow, right? So focus was how are you sending email notifications? I just want to address that one quickly. Remember, when we create a booking, we actually created a Google Calendar event, and automatically Google Calendar events, if you create it and I add me as an attendee and you as an attendee, it will send us both, because of the settings I enabled, send us both the Google Calendar email. So immediately when that booking gets done, you get a Gmail notification, or you get an email to wherever, it could be whatever email service you get, but it comes from Google, and then I get a Google and an email, and then you can basically, if you do decline that invite, well, for whatever reason, say you can't make it, when you decline it, the app also updates, which is really nice. Okay, so as you can see, each one is just doing literally the same thing, and if it's a fallback, it's doing the card skeleton. So let's look at one of them, booking trend card, right? And you'll be amazed, right? So everything else is pretty much just a case of expanding data, right? So I'll explain this in a moment, but use documents, document type booking, right? This in itself will give me all of the bookings. That's it, right? And it'll give it to me in a real-time fashion. So now I've got all the bookings here, the handle. So I can basically go down to here, bookings.map, and I can basically map out throughout all of the bookings. So if I go into the booking date reporter, which is at the top of the file, this will take the document ID, the document type, and the on date, which has basically been, expanded on. So this is destructuring. Takes the document ID, the document type, and the on date, and then basically we pass in the document ID and the document type, and we project the start time. So basically we go into it and we say, give me more data, which is start time. And now I can actually render that data out, right? So in this case, this one is doing on date. Okay, yeah, so it's just changing the date, right? But all of these are just presentational. Like, they're just showing you how to set the different times and all that kind of stuff. The main thing I want to show you is the actual bookings themselves. So each booking gets rendered out down here. Booking date report, on date, handle date. You can see set date map. This one's okay. I think I want to show you more on like the users card, document count card. Yeah, so document type is user, document title is total users, icon is user icon. And what this is doing is I've made like a reusable document count card, which basically takes the documents, takes the document type that we passed in, so in this case user, and then it'll go ahead and get those documents for us, right? So in this case, it will go ahead and render it out, and it'll show us just how many documents there are. And why is that handy? Because you could be like, there are 6 million users on our app, right? There are 64,000 bookings, right? And then we've got bookings of the week, which is basically going ahead, and that's what that logic was earlier when I was trying to show you. That one is basically showing you this week versus last week, right? And basically you can see growth and so forth. Most booked day, exact same principle, right? No different. It's just going to go ahead and we do most booked day over here. It's going to get the document type booking, which gets all of the bookings. And then we render the booking day reporter. And then here, we're going to go ahead and get the document protection. Let's see. This is not the most booked day card. So we got the bookings. Bookings. I'm just trying to check something. So day map, day counts, day map. On day, handle day. Staying on time of day. I'll be honest, this bit I got pretty much coded out, but the main thing really is I want to show you even here connected account cards. So we did a similar thing here with the users. We get the users, and every single time we have the on count. Pattern can be a little bit confusing how I've done it this time around, but we're basically going ahead and getting the data, and then we showcase it off and so forth. But the on count document time. On count is what is changing every time, but it just can be, it's a little bit confusing. It can be a bit confusing. I understand that. On count, handle count. Okay, by the way, this one is not so important. Like you can see for yourself, it's actually not that hard to get running. Main thing I want to spend the time on is the feedback, right? The feedback is the main thing. So if we go here to the feedback section, I want you to pay attention to the feedback. So going over to admin feedback, and we have here the feedback section itself is the block, the main card, this whole section. Then we have a new and an archived, right? So we have new and archived. And these are just using tabs, right? So tabs are literally from Shadcn, right? So we've got tabs, and then you have the tab content. So based on which tab you're in, so new or archived, it will render out the feedback list, which you guessed it, is using the same use document pattern, right? Except in each of these, we now have the use documents, right? So document type feedback. However, we're ordering it, and then we will also have the actual feedback item being rendered out. And this one will have the use edit document. So it's per field, right? So you have the use document, which is the actual feedback itself. Then we have document projection, which goes ahead and expands things if we wanted to. So in this case, I can go ahead and project the username and the email to give me the name and the email, for example. And then I have per field, right? It's really important to understand that per field on there. I've gone ahead and said in that feedback item or that single document, I want to basically manipulate the archived field. So now with this edit archived, I can simply go ahead and say when the button is clicked, handle archive toggle. And then this is just like set state. As soon as that changes, it literally changes on the back end. Now, I will mention that this does it in a draft mode state, but everyone is going to see that because we're fetching it in that way. And for our use case, that's absolutely fine. But what you would also want to consider here, if you look at more at the app SDK, is at this point, you could also auto publish it because right now everything is technically in a drafted state. But because we're looking at it only in a drafted state, it's not the end of the world. But still, typically here, you would also want to go forward and apply this, where is it gone? The use apply document actions. And then you would want to go ahead and apply a publish. Like you've got the delete action, you've got edit and publish in one function as well. So this is what I'm just missing here. Use apply document actions. And then when you were to go ahead and edit it, so in this case, we've got the edit status. You see how edit status and then apply publish document. Okay. So if we were to apply this right now, we could do it actually. We can go ahead and say something like along the lines of, oh, sorry, not that one. Feedback item here. So use apply document actions. And then when we do edit, we can go ahead and simply apply. And then here we want to do apply publish document, and then we pass in the handle. So we say apply publish document, and then I pass in the document handle, which is, I think do we use the projection or the document? I think we use the use document. So we use the handle I'm passing in from above, which in that example, they don't show. The handle is typically, I believe it's the, which one is it? No, it's not the document ID. It would be either this is archived. No. Document handle, document ID, document type. It's actually this whole thing is actually the handle. So this is actually the handle, document handle. And then we expanded it before I got a chance. So if I was to do it like this, And then I could fix these up. So, okay. And then handle. No, this is wrong. Don't do that. All right. Mainly here. So that's correct. That's correct. And then it's here. So handle dot. We haven't got documented data center protector. Okay, so this one is actually, I'm getting confused with my handle. Let me apply document actions, feedback handle. So we can go back to feedback list and go here. Feedback item prompts. I want to do something actually. So this is a prime example of where an LLM can come in handy. So if you do this, I'm going to say, for example, add in the publish document after we edit the archived field, right? And then what I can do is I can say use the docs at docs, and then I've got the docs inside over here, Sanity app SDK, and these docs I've already included for you all over here, Sanity app SDK, right? So that, and also I can say docs Sanity Studio, app SDK, docs, rules. I think it's rules more so rules. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, you can give it more context about. And now we can actually go and fix this approach. So now let's see what it comes out with, because I've just screwed up the handle logic. That's all I've done. But rather than sit here and check it out, I'll be real. This is what I would do. Right, and then I would go and check it, make sure it works. I'd go ahead and see what it did, learn from it. It's a faster way of learning. Right, and also I've got the Sanity MCP tool installed. Remember, it actually set that up for us. And I've got it on auto run for Sanity MCP tool. I don't mind. Right, and it also was able to find the documentation, which is pretty cool. Right. Oh, nice, Siren, awesome stuff. So he goes, now look, I can understand the pattern. I need to install and import from Sanity. I can use it with apply after editing the archive field. So using document ID and document with destructuring from the handle. Right. So in this case, let's see. So now it's destructuring. Okay. So it's saying to keep the destructured approach. And then it's okay. So you could just pass in, that is basically a handle. It's a document ID and document type. Cool. So now that is actually publishing as well. So that's now technically correct, like properly correct. So if we went to localhost 3001/admin, we don't have the page live yet because I've screwed something up. Let's have a look. So app admin page. And again, you would review that, right? So 3000 / /admin, interesting. /admin. Oh no, I done something so stupid. Oh my god. /admin. Yeah, these two, by the way, go in here. Yep, I missed the whole /admin part. Remember, it doesn't affect the actual routing until you have an internal folder. Get rid of there, don't need that. All right, so now let's give it a go. There you go, /admin. So we had that feedback item. I want dark mode, enable, boom. And you can see, look, there we go. And the same for the publishing both ways. Really, really nice. So there you have it. We have the multiplayer app SDK element working really nicely. I have a few little motion-y tricks. You can look at the files themselves to see for yourself. But that was literally 4 hours perfectly. And what I would do at this point, like I said, right? Like, so basically we just made a huge amount of changes to the thing. This was already on that same branch, which is kind of wild. You could either branch off again, and I wouldn't recommend that. But even if we were to do that, let's create a new branch. Let's just say finished app. It's just terrible. You should never do it this big of a branch. But let's go ahead and just stage all these changes. Go ahead and apply everything. And again, this is not how I would do commits typically, right? I would actually be committing at checkpoint intervals, which are typically gated by, or grouped by the feature set that I'm working on or feature that I'm building. So typically we got the staged changes, and then we're going to submit a PR. and we're going to get CodeRabbit to check it out. So in this case, commit, publish that branch. Let's head over to our GitHub. And remember, I did give you all the GitHub so you can go check it out yourself. Let's go to our GitHub repo, go to the code, and then you can see your finished app, compare and pull. And in this case, we're going to say pull our finished app into the main. And you can see I'm not worried about the title description, because CodeRabbit is going to do a full check, right? And you can see, and this is just branched off of everything else. Let's do create pull request. And now this one is going to obviously take a bit of time, but the real benefit here is that hopefully by the time I do my outro and everything, I can show you how this would come together really nicely. But CodeRabbit kicks in gear, goes ahead and starts reviewing, which is awesome. And now it's going to go through and review 107 files and basically have full context of the entire code base and give me the full rundown of probably a lot of different fixes that I could make inside of this app, right? It tells me the files that it's selected for processing. It told me the files that it's ignoring. So lock files, for example, very nice. And you can even add in these things like, if you want to generate doc strings and so forth, you can just tick on that and it will do it for you. So really, really cool stuff. Let's give that a moment while we do a wrap up. So I just want to also address some of the comments, right? Because I asked you guys, but there was a bit of a delay. So I have an awesome idea for the salon booking. Yes, we're going to definitely look into that. That's awesome. Adrian goes, focus is solve solutions from your abilities, not doing a large project to not monetize. I think Next.js is ideal to scale an MVP and easy to deploy and so forth. It's definitely scalable 100%. Basi goes, I worked more than 1 year on my app and plan to launch it soon. It's bad because I do not have feedback, but I want it to be fully featured and complete before launch. I can focus on the rest. Yeah, I'm proud of you for working on an app, but I'm not proud because you're focusing too much on the wrong thing, in my opinion. Like, don't worry about full feature sets. Just literally get the base MVP ready, give it to a user. Get the feedback is the most important thing. Otherwise, you could be building features that nobody wants, right? Save your time. Your time is valuable. You want to make it so basically you can quickly identify if you're wasting time building something that's no one's going to use, or if you can maybe pivot early, or, whatever the case. Feedback is the guiding line that shows us basically what we should be building to achieve market fit, right? Without getting the feedback early on, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. Okay, so that's one thing. Another thing is, let's see. So, so somebody goes, I'm trying to get my next gen. Just message Jay. We can sort you out. We've already answered the email thing. Sarah goes, I realize this build solves 2 of my issues in my project. Sunny's performing miracles in real time and awesome stuff. Listen, I love this. We got so much positivity today. Sprite Life goes, hey Sunny, just want to let you know that your content helped me get my first self-taught job as a developer in 2022. And so I wanted to say thank you. Jay, screenshot that. That is awesome, dude. I'm going to screenshot that right now because I know there's a bit of a delay. But that is so nice, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. It makes my day. I was in Dubai yesterday. I'm in Dubai. I live in Dubai. But I was at the 1 Billion Summit, and somebody came running up to me and was like, oh, Sonny, I learned coding off your channel and stuff. And he launched his product and he made $1 million in 48 hours. It was wild. Crazy. Yeah. And it was an India-based app called Dhruv or something like that. But it was crazy. Yeah. I was like, wow. CodeRabbit is really powerful for a lot of the areas. Yeah, 100%. In this case, there you go. So doc strings generation success. Okay, so they started doing that as well. Add doc strings to the finished app, and yeah, it will take some time, right? This is my biggest advice. It will take some time, and then it will come back to you. But the whole point is, this is perfect as part of your flow. Like the goal is literally that you go ahead and you submit your PR, you move on to another ticket, you come back and it's done a review or a base review. And again, remember, you don't need to be doing 107 files per PR. That's terrible, right? You want to be doing like maybe a handful of files, maybe a few things at a time. Your commits shouldn't be 7 million commits in one PR, right? So yeah, guys, that has been the build. I'm going to do a nice little outro now, the only way we know how. But we covered a ton today, guys. That was literally a crazy large app, and I'm really proud of the time we pulled it off in, right? We built Calvero, a scheduling SaaS, full featured, can do everything that we wanted it to do. So in this case, we got the dashboard functionality. So let's go and check it out ourselves, right? Full handling from end to end. So you can go ahead and connect calendars. All of your memberships are gated. So you can go ahead and upgrade, downgrade memberships. We've got the feedback cycle. Let's go ahead and say, for example, like this, we want to go ahead and set a new available slot. We can go ahead and save that, and that marks our availability. And then we can go ahead, share the link. Again, based on which tier you're on, we're gating those things. So you would need to upgrade if you exceeded your quota and so forth. You share your link, you go over to that link, and then you can go ahead and share that with someone else and book it, right? So they can book on your calendar and so forth. It's an awesome app. I would say if you haven't done something like this, it's definitely worth it. This one's cool for the utility functions. The demo gods are against me right now with the timing of that load time, but you guys see it's really awesome for the utility functions in this one, like the time management, making sure you get those things right. I found that this was quite a fun build like that. Another thing was obviously when you can book, you can have the calendars being pulled through. So even if you've never done OAuth, this is a great time, guys, to jump in and learn about OAuth 2. So you can go ahead and connect to services like Gmail, Google Meets, whatever you want to do. Like, it's a really, really good way to get familiar with OAuth 2, access tokens, refresh tokens. And then again, if you then want to go ahead and do things like, vibe code up an app, whatever, at least you know the fundamentals. That's what a lot of today was. I hope you like the new kind of format that we're going with. But the format is a lot more about teaching you the fundamentals at a high level. I give you the code, so you can feel free to go and check out the code yourself, but teaching you so you know how to be a better engineer, like a software developer, but with the AI tools that everyone is typically using today, right? So if you are using Claude Code, if you are vibe coding with Cursor, whatever the case, I know people are doing it like to crazy levels. I would rather educate on how to do that properly and avoid as many mistakes as possible so you can keep it at the highest possible level. Okay, guys? So with that said, this was the Calvero clone. Make sure, like I said, if you haven't already, when you sign up to the platform, sign up for Clerk through the link. Same with Sanity, same with CodeRabbit, all through the links down below in the description. My screen sharing was terrible there. But make sure you go ahead and use the links in the description. And of course, if you're stuck and you want to learn more about the community, or you want to learn more and keep up to date with the latest in the AI space, then join us over at papareact.com/course. We have an awesome, incredible community coming, and you guys will be able to go ahead and see for yourselves like very, very shortly. But if you join Zero to Full Stack Hero now, when we launch that new community, you'll get a lifetime 50% off membership, which is never going to come back once the community launches. Marvin goes, this is an awesome build. I learned Sanity from you, and honestly, Sanity is a game changer. Clean schema, real-time content, blazing fast, and developer first. 100%, guys. That is the way that we do it on the Papa Fam. Oh no, I ended before the thing. What the hell? That's not right. That's horrible. So yeah, you guys can feel free to check it out yourself. Go to Zero to Full Stack Hero 2.0 and yeah, we've got an awesome plan. Me and Jay are literally so busy working on so many things right now, but I promise you when that is here, this vibe of live coding like we're doing right now, that in a community setting, weekly, that level of mentorship every single week to keep you at the top of your game, that's the goal. Until next time, guys, I will see you. Make sure you like and subscribe. Peace.